Chapter 49-56. The Azure Dragon Army truly lived up to their name of being battle-hardened soldiers. Regardless of whether it was their individual battle prowess or their battle prowess in a battle formation, they were many times stronger than ordinary soldiers. However, even ants could bite an elephant to death. Although the Azure Dragon Army was strong, they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of soldiers and trapped in Black Fog City. It would not be easy for them to kill their way out. The city was filled with battle cries. Not a single person could be seen on the streets. Apart from the soldiers, everyone in the city was hiding in their houses, trembling in fear. At this time, on the East Street, the allied forces of the four cities were fighting fiercely against the 20,000 soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army led by Wan Tiexiong. The street was covered in blood and corpses. The smell of blood permeated the air, and the air seemed to be filled with a bloody mist. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Around the Azure Dragon Army, there was a thick layer of corpses. When the former were killed, the latter continued to charge forward. The allied forces of the four cities also knew that they had no way out. If they did not fight to the death, there was no way out. If they fought to the death, there was still a chance of survival. Therefore, no one retreated in this battle. Roar! A barbarian soldier fiercely slashed at the shoulder of an Azure Dragon Army soldier. Sparks flew in all directions, and the blade of the barbarian soldier flipped over. However, this ferocious slash only left a mark on the soldier's armor. What? The barbarian soldier was shocked. At this moment, the spear of the Azure Dragon Army soldier had already pierced through his body. The warrior of the Azure Dragon Army flicked his spear and threw the corpse of the barbarian soldier to the side. Then, he continued to rush forward. One spear for one barbarian soldier. In just a few breaths' time, the warrior had killed 5 or 6 barbarian soldiers. The corpses on the ground continued to pile up. This was almost a one-sided massacre. This was because the Azure Dragon Army soldiers were wearing heavy armor, and even their faces were covered with bronze masks. There were no flaws on their bodies. At this moment, iron hooks connected to iron chains flew out from the battle formation of the Sky Eagle Army and fell directly on the Azure Dragon Army's battle formation. The Sky Eagle Army, under the command of the red-browed Eagle King, threw out iron hooks, which hooked onto the armor of the Azure Dragon Army soldiers and pulled them off their horses. Then, they swarmed forward and killed the Azure Dragon Army soldiers that had been pulled out of the battle formation. Kill. The Heavenly Eagle Troop soldiers swung their iron hooks again, dragging a dozen Azure Dragon Troop soldiers off their horses and into the Heavenly Eagle Troops formation. Countless Sky Eagle Army soldiers swarmed forward, and all of their weapons were aimed at the Azure Dragon Army soldiers. The Sky Eagle Army soldiers' masks were knocked off, and they were stabbed by spears. Although this method could kill the Azure Dragon Army soldiers, the Azure Sky Eagle Army, they were still very powerful. This was because even though the Azure Dragon battle troopers were being pulled into battle by the iron hooks, they were still very powerful. Apart from spears and shields, each of the Azure Dragon battle troopers had a sword, and they were all experts at least at the demigod realm. Although some of the Azure Dragon Army soldiers were pulled out of the battle formation by the iron hooks, they were still able to fight their way back. At this moment, Qiu Qianjian was up against Wan Tiexiong. One was the one-armed king of swords, and the other was the god of slaughter. The two experts fought fiercely. Kill. At this moment, the sky darkened, and a figure descended from the sky, directly killing into the battle formation of the Azure Dragon Army. The next moment, countless black feathers shot out in all directions with the black figure as the center. The Azure Dragon Army soldiers were pierced by the black feathers, and they fell from their Azure Dragon horses. The Azure Dragon Army soldiers were wearing thick armor that even sharp arrows could not penetrate. However, in front of the black feathers, the impenetrable armor was as fragile as paper. Boss Red Brows, you're awesome. Han Chong, who had the Divine Moon Fist, also killed his way into the battle formation of the Azure Dragon Army. He punched out, and the Divine Moon Fist force exploded. Immediately, more than 10 frozen Azure Dragon Army soldiers appeared in front of his fist. Stars. Seeing this, Wan Tiexiong's eyes turned red. Han Chong and the red-browed Eagle King were both god kings. How could ordinary Azure Dragon Army soldiers be a match for a god king? Just as the red-browed Eagle King and Han Chong attacked, a huge tree broke through the soil in the center of the battle formation of the Azure Dragon Army and grew rapidly. Numerous thorny vines shot out from the tree, entangling countless Azure Dragon Army soldiers and tossing them into the air. The Azure Dragon Army soldiers who were entangled by the vines lost their essence chi quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they became dried corpses. The Treant King attacked. The battle formation of the Azure Dragon Army was in chaos. Countless vines danced in the air, and more Azure Dragon Army soldiers were swept away by the vines. Then, the Treant King devoured their essence chi, and they died immediately. At the same time, the King of Sabers, Luo Lai, also attacked. He waved the huge saber in his hand and swept it horizontally. The dazzling saber light soared for thousands of meters, and countless Azure Dragon Army soldiers were cut in half at the waist. The attack of a God King was no small matter. No matter how strong the Azure Dragon Army soldiers were, they were no match for him. Trash who bullies the weak, die. At this moment, an old voice came from the sky, and a figure directly attacked the Treant King. Boom! With a single palm strike, that person sent the Treant King straight into the ground. The vines that filled the sky were shattered into thousands of pieces. One-eyed monster? Qiu Qinjian was shocked when he saw the person who had attacked. The person who had attacked was the one-eyed old man who had saved the second son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yu. This guy was half a step into the emperor realm. This time, Man Xiong had come to Black Fog City, and the second son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yu, and the one-eyed old man had also come, but they had not done anything yet. It was only when the red-browed Eagle King and the other God Kings attacked the Azure Dragon Army that the one-eyed old man could not help but intervene. One had to know that no matter how strong the Azure Dragon Army was, they were no match for a God King. If the one-eyed old man did not intervene, they could only watch as the Azure Dragon Army soldiers were killed by the red-browed Eagle King and the other God Kings. If the Azure Dragon Army was annihilated by a group of God Kings, they would die an unjust death. The Azure Dragon Army was an army. It was used to conquer the world, not to fight against a divine king. Eagle King, it's all up to you now. Qiu Qinjian shouted at the red-browed Eagle King in the Azure Dragon Army's formation. Buzz. In the next moment, the red-browed Eagle King's body vibrated, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire world gathered towards the red-browed Eagle King. The eagle spreads its wings and soars through the 9 heavens. The red-browed Eagle King let out a furious roar, and a huge shadow emerged from his body. Countless Azure Dragon Army soldiers around him screamed in agony as they were sent flying. A terrifying wave of Yuan Qi spread out from the red-browed Eagle King's body. Chapter 4957. After Gu Fei modified the super formation that enveloped the entire barbarian emperor city and the 3 protector cities, it became even more powerful. Gu Fei was quite accomplished in the way of formations. He might not be as freakish as He Tian, but he was still at the level of a formation master. He had previously given Qiu Qinjian, the Thousand Beast King, and the red-browed Eagle King a formation disc each. The Thousand Beast King died unjustly. He was killed by Man Xiong outside the Black Fog Canyon, without even using the formation disc. Man Xiong naturally destroyed the formation disc on him as well. Qiu Qinjian also used his formation disc to save his life, but it was destroyed by Man Xiong If Qiu Qinjian had not used the formation disc in time, he would have been killed by Man Xiong. Out of the 3 formation discs that Gu Fei had refined, only the one on the red-browed Eagle King was left. At this time, the red-browed Eagle King had no choice but to use the formation disc to activate the power of the super formation. The moment the red-browed Eagle King activated the formation disc, the sky above Black Fog City changed color. The sun and moon dimmed, and streams of visible spiritual energy directly descended from the sky and entered the red-browed Eagle King's body. Die! The one-eyed old man saw that the situation was bad, so he directly attacked the red-browed Eagle King. A huge hand descended from the sky and directly slapped at the red-browed Eagle King. It was a huge golden hand that seemed to be made of gold. It radiated with the power of a half-step martial emperor, and the surrounding space began to tremble. This was the power of a half-step martial emperor. Killing a divine king was like killing an ant. The one-eyed old man had killed the Treant king with a single slap. The Treant king had also died unjustly. Eagle strikes the sky. The red-browed Eagle King roared. In the next moment, a huge black shadow rushed out of his body and directly charged at the golden hand descending from the sky. Boom! The black shadow formed by the red-browed Eagle King's Yuan Qi instantly collided with the huge golden hand, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The black eagle and the golden hand disappeared into the void at the same time. An extremely powerful Yuan Qi ripple spread out, and the surrounding Azure Dragon army soldiers were lifted into the air along with their horses like scarecrows. Then, they crashed heavily onto the ground, looking extremely miserable. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King's face turned red, and his feet crushed the green bricks on the ground. How is this possible? You're a mere god king, yet you managed to block a palm strike from me? The one-eyed old man was both shocked and furious. Roar! At this moment, the red-browed Eagle King raised his head and roared. In the next moment, countless runes rushed out from his body and instantly entered his body. When these runes entered his body, a powerful force descended from the sky, directly pouring into his body from the top of his head. The red-browed Eagle King's aura instantly increased by more than 10 times. He felt like his entire body was filled with power, as if he could punch a hole in the sky with a single punch. He had a feeling that he had to vent his anger, attracting the power of the formation to oneself. The one-eyed old man saw this and immediately realized what was going on. The shadow of a divine eagle that emerged from the red-eyebrowed Eagle King's body was the size of a mountain. It emitted a terrifying aura, as if an ancient divine eagle had descended onto the world. So what if you can attract the power of the formation to yourself? You're still going to die. The one-eyed old man attacked again with a hideous expression. Rays of divine light rushed out of his body, turning into countless swords, and sabers that circled around him. Go! The one-eyed old man pushed his palms forward, and the countless swords, and sabers immediately flew towards the red-browed Eagle King from all directions. The sound of the void being torn apart could be heard immediately. Divine Eagle spreads its wings. The red-browed Eagle King roared angrily. His arms shook, and countless black feathers formed from primordial chi rushed out of his body, meeting the countless swords, and sabers that descended from the sky. Dense sounds of collision could be heard. In the void, balls of golden light suddenly appeared. The countless swords, and sabers that the one-eyed old man had conjured were all blocked by the black feathers that rushed out of the red-browed Eagle King's body. What? The one-eyed old man could not help but be shocked. This red-browed Eagle King's battle prowess was too powerful. Was it really that terrifying to attract the power of the formation to oneself? Kill. Just as the one-eyed old man was still in shock, the red-browed Eagle King had already soared into the sky and attacked him. Damn it! The one-eyed old man was both shocked and furious. He directly went to meet the red-browed Eagle King, and the two experts instantly began fighting. At this time, Qiu Qianjian was fighting the Azure Dragon Army's Deputy General, Wan Tiexiang. Meanwhile, Han Chong, the Lunar Divine Fist, and Luolai, the Saber King, were still attacking the Azure Dragon Army, reaping the lives of the Azure Dragon Army's soldiers. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers that surrounded the Azure Dragon Army also desperately attacked the Azure Dragon Army. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Army was already in a desperate situation. Just as the Azure Dragon Army was in a desperate situation, the battle between Gu Fei and Man Xiong in the sky had also reached the most crucial moment. Gu Fei and his brick were fighting against the first son of the Man Emperor, Man Xiong, who wielded the Emperor's executioner saber. At this moment, Gu Fei discovered that the blood traces on Man Xiong's hand had already invaded his neck. This was definitely not a good thing for Man Xiong. Man Xiong's murderous aura soared into the sky, and he constantly roared. He held his saber with both hands and slashed at Gu Fei, trying to cut down Gu Fei with his saber. However, Gu Fei used the brick in his hand to block all of Man Xiong's attacks. This made Man Xiong so depressed that he almost vomited blood. His expression became more and more ferocious, and the bloody light that shone from his eyes seemed to have solidified. In this state, Man Xiong was almost half crazy. Once the blood traces entered his brain, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Gu Fei was playing slowly. He wanted to see how this guy would change after the blood traces entered his brain. He was very curious about this Emperor Executioner Saber. This Emperor Executioner Saber seemed to have a life of its own. It wasn't like he had never encountered a weapon with a life of its own. An extreme Dao tool was a Dao tool with a life of its own. An eternal Dao tool also had a life of its own. However, the Emperor Executioner Saber in Man Xiong's hand was very strange. This saber also seemed to have a life of its own, but it was like a peerless demon. Moreover, this peerless demon within the saber was awakening from its slumber. Gu Fei discovered that the stronger the awakening of the Emperor Executioner Saber, the weaker Man Xiong's control over the saber. As long as the blood traces entered his brain, it wouldn't be a person controlling the saber, but the saber controlling the person. Man Xiong was also very clear about the consequences of the blood traces entering his brain. Go to hell. Man Xiong roared and slashed at Gu Fei with the Emperor Executioner Saber. A huge blood-colored dragon appeared in the sky and pounced at Gu Fei. After slashing with the saber, Man Xiong, who was almost in a state of madness, turned around and ran. He was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified. Run? You think you can escape? Gu Fei leisurely used the brick to disperse the blood-colored dragon pouncing at him. Then, he chased after Man Xiong. The one who escaped before Man Xiong was the second son of the Man Emperor, Man Yu. This guy saw that the situation was bad and immediately fled. He didn't even dare to show his face. Chapter 49-58. Man Xiong, the first son of Emperor Man Huang and the #1 war god under Emperor Man Huang, had actually escaped. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. Man Xiong's escape had chilled the hearts of the 20,000 soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army trapped in Black Fog City. One must know that Man Xiong was the commander of the Azure Dragon Army. No matter what, he couldn't abandon his army and escape alone. A commander had to treat his soldiers as his brothers and share their joys and sorrows with them. Only then would his soldiers be willing to fight for him. But now, Man Xiong had abandoned his brothers and escaped. Who wouldn't be disappointed? Man Xiong's escape caused the morale of the Azure Dragon Army to plummet. Even Wan Tiexiong felt despair. Lord Commander, countless soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army cried out. Didn't they say that they were brothers? Didn't they say that they would share joys and sorrows? Didn't they say that they would never abandon their brothers? But why? Why did the commander abandon them and escape alone? Commander, Wan Tiexiong was also dumbfounded. Haha, how can such a coward lead the Azure Dragon Army? Zhou Qinjian laughed mockingly. Man Xiong's escape instantly boosted the morale of the allied army. The Azure Dragon Army kept retreating. Man Xiong, the one-eyed old man who was fighting with the red-browed Eagle King, was also shocked to see Man Xiong escape. He was distracted for a moment and received a punch from the Eagle King on his left shoulder. Bam! Along with a muffled thud, red-eyebrowed Eagle King sent the one-eyed old man flying thousands of feet away. The one-eyed old man felt that the bones in his left shoulder were about to break. How did this guy become so strong after absorbing the power of the formation? He looked inside himself and saw that cracks had appeared on the bones in his left shoulder. He was actually injured by the Eagle King. Second Master, the one-eyed old man thought of Man Yu and immediately turned to escape. Where do you think you're going? The Eagle King roared and chased after him. As long as he was within the range of the formation, he would be able to absorb the power of the formation, so he didn't need to fear the one-eyed old man. At this time, Gu Fei leisurely chased after Man Xiong. He could feel that Man Xiong couldn't hold on much longer. The blood marks had entered his brain, and he was doomed. How could Man Xiong care about the Azure Dragon Army now? What he said about sharing wheel, and woe was bullsh**. He only had one life, and Man Xiong naturally wouldn't treat his life as a joke. What he needed to do now was to find a place to suppress the evilness of the royal beheader saber. Otherwise, he would be finished. However, that abominable fellow was still stubbornly latching onto her. Gu Fei, you bastard. If you're a hero, then let me recover before you fight me. You're taking advantage of me when I'm down. What kind of hero is that? Man Xiong cursed. Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I've never been a hero. Gu Fei laughed. You. Man Xiong was both shocked and furious. It seemed like he had to pay a heavy price to get rid of this fellow. He gritted his teeth and swung his saber, chopping off his left arm. In the next moment, his severed left arm burst out with an endless amount of blood-red light. The blood-red light wrapped around Man Xiong, and he instantly disappeared from the world. What's going on? Gu Fei was startled by this sudden scene. By the time he recovered, Man Xiong had already disappeared without a trace. This fellow isn't completely useless. He does have some ability. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. Be it the human realm, the heavenly realm, the primogenitor's realm, or even the eternal world, no one had ever escaped from him without a trace. He wasn't in a hurry. He waved his right hand, and an array disc immediately flew out of the city lord's mansion. It flew out of Black Fog City and arrived before him. Man Xiong's figure appeared at the edge of the super formation's range. Man Xiong seemed to have let down his guard and was in no hurry to escape. What made Gu Fei speechless was that Man Xiong actually stopped within the range of the super array. Isn't he courting death? Gu Fei knew that Man Xiong desperately wanted to find a place to suppress the evilness of the royalty blade that had invaded his body. However, he never expected that Man Xiong would be so anxious that he actually stopped before he even left the range of the super grand formation. Even the heavens don't want you to live. Gu Fei smiled. At this time, the battle in Black Fog City was still going on. The Azure Dragon Army was completely suppressed under the siege of the allied forces of the four cities. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army kept dying. Surrender, and you'll be spared. Gu Fei rushed into Black Fog City and shouted at the soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army who were still stubbornly resisting. There are only dead Azure Dragon Army soldiers, no surrendered Azure Dragon Army soldiers. Wan Tiexiong shouted while fighting against Qiu Qianjian. You've got guts. Then you can all die. Gu Fei really wanted to subdue the Azure Dragon Army, but since the Azure Dragon Army refused to surrender, he would grant them their wish. In the next moment, Gu Fei activated the power of the array. Bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, and a terrifying aura of destruction descended from the sky. It was a destructive aura that could change the color of heaven and earth. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army were scared out of their wits. They had been ambushed before, and thousands of them had been killed by the power of lightning. How could they not be frightened when they saw this scene again? It was like a heavenly tribulation. Countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, and there was a deafening sound of thunder. The allied forces of the four cities stopped attacking and retreated. Everyone was staring at the Azure Dragon Army. At this time, Qiu Qianjian and Wan Tiexiong didn't stop. Their cultivation and battle strength were about the same, so it would take some time for them to decide the winner. Meanwhile, Han Chong and Luo Lai stayed in the sky, ready to attack the Azure Dragon Army at any time. To the Divine Kings, the Azure Dragon Army was just an ant. Boom! At this time, there was a clap of thunder, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the Azure Dragon Army. With a scream, a soldier of the Azure Dragon Army fell to the ground with his horse. He twitched a few times, and then he stopped breathing. The surrounding people were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Surrender, and you'll be spared. Gu Fei looked at this scene calmly. At this time, a light curtain descended from the sky and enveloped the 20,000 soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army. What's going on? Kill! The Azure Dragon Army panicked and wanted to rush out of the light curtain. However, all the soldiers who tried to attack the light curtain were thrown off their feet. The fact that Gu Fei had trapped more than 20,000 soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army with a single thought shocked Han Chong and the others. The power of the array was too terrifying. This caused the Azure Dragon Army to panic. If they couldn't get out of the light curtain, they could only wait for death. Clang! There was a sound of metal colliding, and Qiu Qianjian was forced to retreat. Chapter 49-59. Gu Fei activated the power of the super array and trapped over 20,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers in a light screen. No matter how hard the Azure Dragon Army soldiers tried to attack the light screen, they would only be pushed back by the light screen. Surrender, and you'll be spared, Gu Fei said. Roar. At that moment, there was an angry roar. The Azure Dragon Army's vice commander, Wan Tiexiang, rushed over from afar. With all his might, he stabbed his spear at the light screen. Swoosh! The battle spear in Wan Tiexiang's hand pierced through the light screen. However, it could only penetrate less than a foot into the light screen before it could no longer go any further. What? Wan Tiexiang's shock was no small matter. Even he couldn't break through this layer of faint, transparent light curtain? Piercing and breaking through the barrier were two different things. If he couldn't break through the barrier, he wouldn't be able to save the Azure Dragon Army soldiers. At this moment, Gu Fei smiled and waved his right hand. Several rays of divine light descended from the sky and turned into divine chains that wrapped around Wan Tiexiang. Damn it! Wan Tiexiang wanted to retract his spear, but it didn't budge at all. Wan Tiexiang was astonished. In the next moment, those divine chains had already wrapped around his body, binding him up. Surrender, and you'll be spared. Gu Fei said the same thing. The Azure Dragon Army would rather die than surrender. Wan Tiexiang stared at Gu Fei and roared. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Fei waved his right hand. In the next moment, the divine chains wrapped around Wan Tiexiang tightened. Wan Tiexiang screamed and blood splattered everywhere. Wan Tiexiang was dismembered by the divine chains. Such a person wouldn't surrender easily. Since he wanted to be a hero, then let him be one. Wan Tiexiang died, but the Azure Dragon Army was still trapped in the barrier. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Army was in despair. Man Xiong had abandoned them and escaped. No one would come to save them. My patience is limited. I'll say it again. Surrender and you'll be spared. Gu Fei said to the soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army who were trapped in the light barrier. His voice was clearly heard by every soldier of the Azure Dragon Army. Save it. What's there to fear? The Azure Dragon Army would rather die than surrender. An Azure Dragon Army soldier shouted at Gu Fei. Haha, this is really too funny. Since all of you would rather die than submit, why did your great commander abandon all of you and flee by himself? Gu Fei laughed in disdain. The Azure Dragon Army soldier was rendered speechless for a moment. All right, since you would rather die than surrender, then you shall die. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, countless rays of divine light descended from the sky and turned into countless sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. They fell toward the Azure Dragon Army under the light barrier. Without any suspense, the Azure Dragon Army soldiers trapped in the light screen were all killed by Gu Fei. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Gu Fei would never make such a low-level mistake. If he let the Azure Dragon Army off, they would turn around and go against him again. Moreover, the annihilation of the Azure Dragon Army, the so-called Invincible Divine Army, was like cutting off one of the Barbarian Emperor's arms. However, the Azure Dragon Army under the Barbarian Sovereign had a total of 100,000 soldiers. Gu Fei had only killed 30,000 of them. There were still 70,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers guarding the southern wasteland Imperial City. With this as his base, he would be able to contend against the Barbarian Sovereign. At this time, Man Xiong was still healing in the mountain range. He wanted to suppress the evil nature of Emperor Beheader Saber. This required time. It wasn't so easy to suppress it. The equipment of the Azure Dragon Army is not bad, Master. The Desolate Tiger walked over and said excitedly. No. Gu Fei shook his head. These people from the Azure Dragon Army were true warriors. They were only loyal to the Barbarian Emperor. Since they had already died in battle, he couldn't humiliate them. Master, the Desolate Tiger wanted to say more. Don't say any more. If I say no, then no. You have to bury them properly. Don't have any ideas about them. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. Yes, Master. The Desolate Tiger said helplessly. It was a pity that the equipment was wasted. If they used the equipment of the Azure Dragon Army to equip their soldiers, their combat strength would definitely increase. At this time, the red-browed Eagle King who was chasing the one-eyed old man returned. The red-browed Eagle King didn't kill the one-eyed old man and let him escape. The second son of the Barbarian Emperor, Manyu, also escaped. The news of the Azure Dragon Army being annihilated spread out. The entire southern wasteland was shocked. Everyone couldn't believe it, especially the people of the witch race. No one had thought that Gu Fei could really annihilate 30,000 Azure Dragon Army. That was 30,000 Azure Dragon Army, but they were annihilated by Gu Fei just like that? The Azure Dragon Army under Man Xiong was an invincible divine army. But who would have thought that they would be defeated in a small city like Black Fog City? Looks like we have to have a good talk with this Gu Fei. In the palace of the witch race in Black Fog City, the Witch King sat on his throne and glanced at the people in the hall. His subordinates were simply trash. They couldn't help him at all. Second uncle, are you going to agree to Gu Fei's condition? The Heaven Witch priest said in shock. If they wanted to form an alliance with Gu Fei, they had to agree to Gu Fei's condition. However, Gu Fei's condition was for the Heaven Witch priest to marry him. The Heaven Witch priest didn't want to marry an arrogant guy like Gu Fei. If he can let the witch race regain control of the southern wasteland, what's wrong with agreeing to his condition? The Witch King said with a smile. What? The Heaven Witch priest couldn't help but be shocked and embarrassed. This Gu Fei has great potential. The Witch King's face became serious. Then let's continue to observe. The Heaven Witch priest said hurriedly, Haha, are you really that afraid of marrying that Gu Fei? Perhaps he will become a hero in your heart. The Witch King laughed. The Heaven Witch priest was speechless. That Gu Fei, would he really become a hero in her heart? However, she didn't know that Gu Fei had never wanted to be a hero, let alone an unparalleled one. At this time, while Baron Tiger and the others were cleaning up the battlefield, Gu Fei had already appeared on the mountain where Man Xiong was hiding. Man Xiong deserved to die. If he ran for another 20 li, he would be able to leave the range of the super formation. Unfortunately, he didn't continue to run. Under the cover of the super formation, everything within the formation was under Gu Fei's control. Come out! Gu Fei directly punched the mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire mountain collapsed from Gu Fei's punch. Dust rose high into the sky as a blood-red figure rushed out from the collapsed mountain. Kill! The blood-red figure was Man Xiong. He roared and rushed towards Gu Fei. Chapter 4960. Man Xiong never expected that he would be found by Gu Fei despite hiding so well. In fact, Gu Fei was in control of the grand formation that enveloped the 4 cities. As long as Man Xiong was still within the range of the grand formation, he wouldn't be able to escape from Gu Fei's grasp. At this time, the blood marks on Man Xiong's body had already spread to his neck and was about to enter his brain. It seemed like he wasn't able to suppress the evil nature of the saber at all. Roar! Man Xiong continued to roar. He held the Monarch Executioner saber in his hand and slashed at Gu Fei with all his might. The blood-colored saber light that burst out from the Monarch Executioner saber soared into the sky, and everything in its path was destroyed by the blood-colored saber light. Wherever the saber light passed, it left behind saber marks one after another on the ground. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He was fighting Man Xiong while executing the heaven-trampling step. His figure could barely be seen in the sky. The heaven-trampling steps was created by Gu Fei using the 8 desolation steps as the foundation. It was a peerless, profound art that surpassed the extreme Tao. Man Xiong's saber couldn't even touch the corner of Gu Fei's robe. The more he used the saber, the weaker Man Xiong's consciousness would become. The evil nature of the saber would gradually gain the upper hand. It wouldn't take long for the blood marks to enter Man Xiong's brain, and then he would play with himself to death. The blood marks on the back of Man Xiong's head continued to spread. Gu Fei, I'll tear you to pieces, Man Xiong roared. In the next moment, he suddenly fell from the sky, but his hand was still tightly holding onto the saber. You're done? Gu Fei watched as Man Xiong fell from the sky into a forest. Boom! A cloud of dust rose from the forest. In an instant, Gu Fei couldn't sense Man Xiong's aura anymore. It was replaced by a cold, evil, and vicious aura that erupted from the forest. Haha! In next to no time, a roar of laughter resounded, and then a figure charged out from the forest below. The bloody figure soared into the sky while the laughter resounded far and wide. Haha! I'm finally out. The figure seemed to have become even crazier. A sword evil spirit? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be an evil spirit suppressed within the sovereign beheading saber. Furthermore, this evil spirit didn't seem to be simple at all. The blood runes entered Man Xiong's brain, and the evil spirit's consciousness invaded his body. Man Xiong's consciousness was suppressed by the evil spirit's consciousness, and soon, his consciousness would be destroyed. I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to escape so quickly. In a flash, Man Xiong appeared in front of Gu Fei. He stared at Gu Fei and sneered. Who are you? Gu Fei looked at this guy from head to toe. The evil aura this guy exuded made even him feel uncomfortable. I am Evil Emperor Bai Li, the evil spirit said arrogantly. Never heard of you. Gu Fei said disdainfully. You, the evil spirit was so angry that its nose became crooked. Then go to hell. The evil spirit said and slashed at Gu Fei. A sharp, blood-colored saber light rushed out of the evil spirit's sovereign beheading saber and instantly landed on top of Gu Fei's head. This guy was called Evil Emperor Bai Li. It seemed like he was an extremely evil existence. Although Gu Fei said it casually, he didn't dare to be careless. The evil emperor was actually sealed in the sovereign beheading saber. This made Gu Fei very curious. Who was so powerful to seal an evil emperor in a saber? At this moment, Evil Emperor Bai Li's consciousness invaded Man Xiong's body and appeared in the world again. Moreover, the first person he encountered was Gu Fei. Want to kill me? Just you? Stop joking. Gu Fei moved sideways, and the blood-colored saber light slashed down from his side. Swoosh! The saber light fell, and the entire forest below was split in half. Little guy, you're really arrogant. Evil Emperor Bai Li laughed and attacked again. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded in the air. Then, Evil Emperor Bai Li's Emperor Beheader saber turned into a blood dragon that pounced towards Gu Fei with bared fangs and brandished claws. What's going on? Although Gu Fei wasn't very surprised to see this, his eyes still lit up. This guy really does have some ancient secret techniques. He used the heaven-treading steps and dodged the blood dragon's attack once again. However, the blood dragon continued to follow him like a shadow. A faint smell of blood permeated the void. The saber light turned into a blood dragon. This move was really powerful. Gu Fei suddenly stopped, turned around and punched the blood dragon's head. In the next moment, the blood dragon collapsed in the void. An extremely strange ancient saber appeared in front of Gu Fei and was held tightly by a hand. The owner of this hand wasn't Gu Fei. Little guy, you're quite capable. Evil Emperor Bai Li stared at Gu Fei, and the blood-colored light in his eyes flickered. This evil emperor had been sealed for a long time, and he had just broken free. He was very familiar with Man Xiong's body. I'll send you on your way, Gu Fei said and took out the brick. Longevity coffin? When the evil spirit Bai Li Huang saw the brick in Gu Fei's hand, he immediately cried out in alarm. As if he had suddenly thought of something terrible, he was so scared that he turned around and fled. Haha, weren't you very powerful just now? Why are you running now? Gu Fei laughed. The brick in his hand was actually the longevity coffin that he had obtained a few days ago. The longevity coffin was really strange. Although there wasn't any evil energy coming from it, it was very powerful as it could block the Emperor Beheader's saber. However, Gu Fei saw that the arrogant evil Emperor Bai Li was so afraid when he saw the longevity coffin. He turned around and ran. What's going on? Gu Fei was curious. However, although he was curious, it was impossible for him to let go of this evil spirit called Evil Emperor Bai Li. Where are you going? Stay, and I'll talk about life and reason with you. Gu Fei used the heaven-treading steps. With every step he took, his figure would instantly disappear, as if time had stopped. This was the first time Gu Fei used such a fast movement technique since he came to the Void Realm. What? Evil Emperor Bai Li panicked when he saw that Gu Fei had caught up to him. He was terrified and ran for his life. However, no matter how this guy tried to escape, no matter how much strength he exerted, Gu Fei would always catch up to him, and he couldn't shake him off no matter what. This made Evil Emperor Bai Li, the ancient evil emperor, shocked, furious, and frantic. You. Chapter 4961. Gu Fei was surprised that the ancient heretic emperor was actually sealed within the emperor beheading saber. At this moment, the consciousness of the ancient heretic emperor Bai Li invaded the body of Man Xiong and successfully took over his body. However, Man Xiong's body was too weak, which made it hard for evil Emperor Bai Li to unleash his true strength, and he was chased by Gu Fei for thousands of miles. Alright, that's enough. Gu Fei used the heaven-trampling steps, and with every step he took, he would instantly disappear into the void. When he reappeared, he was one step closer to evil Emperor Bai Li. At this moment, Gu Fei exerted his strength and instantly appeared above evil Emperor Bai Li's head. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei stomped down on evil Emperor Bai Li's head, and a powerful energy rippled out from his foot. Evil Emperor Bai Li was shocked and furious, and he quickly dodged. However, the power of Gu Fei's stomp was extraordinary, and with just one stomp, evil Emperor Bai Li fell from the sky. Boom! Evil Emperor Bai Li fell from the sky and directly smashed into the ground. In the next moment, evil Emperor Bai Li rushed out from the ground, and a trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth, and his face was covered in dirt. *********************************************************** Evil Emperor Bai Li almost went crazy and roared as he attacked Gu Fei in the sky. Wong! The Emperor beheading saber in evil Emperor Bai Li's hand vibrated, and the power it unleashed was getting stronger. Ray after ray of blood-colored saber light slashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei laughed, and his sleeves fluttered, blocking all the blood-colored saber light. How is this possible? Evil Emperor Bai Li was dumbfounded. The true power of the Emperor beheading saber was displayed in his hands, but this young man was not afraid of his saber light. Chaotic chaos. Gu Fei immediately used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the chaotic chaos secret art. In the next moment, all of evil Emperor Bai Li's attacks were directed at him. This, evil Emperor Bai Li was shocked to the extreme. What kind of secret technique was that, to actually be able to reverse his attack? If this little guy mastered this kind of secret technique, wouldn't he be invincible? When he thought of this, the ancient evil emperor's heart turned cold. Bam! Distracted, evil Emperor Bai Li's left eye was directly punched by Gu Fei, causing his left eye to immediately swell up. "Don't hit my face!" Evil Emperor Bai Li shouted. However, in the next moment, his right eye was hit by Gu Fei's fist. Like this, evil Emperor Bai Li's eyes swelled up, and he almost couldn't see anything. This made evil Emperor Bai Li both shocked and angry. "You're only as," Gu Fei said disdainfully. "Go to hell!" Evil Emperor Bai Li roared. In the next moment, an endless amount of blood light burst out from his body. An extremely tyrannical energy burst out from his body. Roar! A blood dragon appeared in the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Gu Fei. Great Heaven World Annihilation Palm. Gu Fei directly struck out with his strongest palm. The violent palm energy was indestructible, directly smashing the blood dragon that was pouncing towards him. Evil Emperor Bai Li let out a blood-curdling scream. Directly flying more than a dozen miles away, boom, a small mountain peak was smashed. An evil saber fell from the sky. Gu Fei waved his right hand. The evil saber directly flew towards him, and he grabbed it in his hand. In the next moment, a cold aura from the evil saber surged into Gu Fei's hand, directly spreading to his forearm. On his skin, blood appeared one after another. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Didn't the ancient evil emperor sealed in the emperor beheading saber escape? What's going on? Why is this saber still so evil? When he held this saber, the evil chi invaded his body. If an ordinary person held this saber, wouldn't they be dead? With a thought, Gu Fei's powerful strength surged towards his arm. The limitless chi directly forced the evil chi that invaded his body out from his arm. Roar! At this time, an angry roar came from afar. Endless blood light burst out. Half of the sky was illuminated with blood. It was like a supreme evil demon was born. A terrifying blood-red shadow appeared between the heaven and earth. All the living beings in a radius of 10,000 miles were incomparably terrified when they sensed this demonic aura. Gu Fei sensed that the heaven and earth spiritual chi was rapidly gathering in the distance. Entering the blood-red shadow. The blood-red shadow burst out with the vitality fluctuation, becoming even stronger. Little guy, die. The blood-colored demonic figure roared and attacked Gu Fei. The blood-red hand directly grabbed at Gu Fei in the sky. You're courting death. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. He directly slashed at the blood-red shadow. Buzz. The saber was like a dragon's roar. This saber actually directly split the blood-red shadow's hand in half, and then the blood-red shadow was also cut in half. The blood-red shadow that was cut in half was actually devoured by the Emperor Beheading Saber. Gu Fei could clearly sense that the power of the Emperor Beheading Saber in his hand had increased by a lot. This evil saber was really too evil. Manxiong was dead. The ancient evil emperor was also dead. The final winner was still Gu Fei. And just when Gu Fei killed Manxiong and evil Emperor Bailey, an angry roar came from the imperial palace of the southern barbarian imperial city. The first son of the barbarian emperor, who was also the #1 war god under the barbarian emperor, Manxiong, was actually dead. This was a huge matter. No one dared to hide it. The 30,000 Azure Dragon army was also annihilated. For a moment, the entire southern barbarian sovereign city was shaken. Everyone was curious as to whether or not Gu Fei had 3 heads and 6 arms. He had actually killed Manxiong and the 30,000 Azure Dragon army soldiers under him. Now that the barbarian emperor was not here, who would dare to provoke Gu Fei? And just when Gu Fei returned to the Black Fog City after killing Manxiong and evil Emperor Bailey, the Heaven Shaman priest of the sorcerer tribe came knocking on his door before he could even sit down. What's wrong? What wind blew our Heaven Shaman priest here? Gu Fei sat on the throne in the middle of the hall, smiling at the Heaven Shaman priest. After the Heaven Shaman priest sat down, she said indifferently, "How about we form an alliance?" "Alliance? You agree to my condition?" Gu Fei heard this and looked at the Heaven Shaman priest suspiciously. The Heaven Shaman priest immediately blushed. Luckily, she was wearing a mask. No one could see her shy expression. "Can't you change your condition?" The Heaven Shaman priest really did not want to marry Gu Fei. "No way." Gu Fei directly refused. "What a joke. How can I not keep my word?" This Chapter 4962. The witch race wanted to form an alliance with Gu Fei, but Gu Fei didn't want to. He didn't even give face to the Heaven Magus priest. It was very simple. I, Gu Fei, am not even afraid of the barbarian king. If I want to replace him, why should I form an alliance with the witch race? He wasn't that stupid to form an alliance with the witch race and let the witch race take advantage of him. Without further ado, Gu Fei sent the guest off. The Heaven Magus priest had no choice but to leave. At this time, the news of Manxiong's death had spread throughout the southern barbarian. Even the forces of other regions had received the news. All the forces were ready to make a move. The southern barbarian was a piece of fat meat in the eyes of all the forces. Everyone wanted to take a bite. Now, the opportunity had come. Taking advantage of the internal turmoil of the southern barbarian, all the forces began to act. The eastern barbarian demon race, the west sea dragon race, the heaven Buddhist race, and even the north ruins ghost race couldn't sit still. The eastern barbarian demon race was the first to attack. A demon king led the demon army into the southern barbarian. They broke through a dozen cities with irresistible force. Geographically, the eastern barbarian was next to the southern barbarian, so the eastern barbarian demon race had the advantage. The eastern barbarian demon race was extremely powerful. The demon king, Qiong Xian, was a peak divine king. The demon army he led was invincible. The southern barbarian army was defeated in a single clash. A demi-emperor of the southern barbarian royal capital personally led 20,000 Azure Dragon army to fight the demon army. The war was about to begin. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Gu Fei. He could take advantage of the emptiness of the southern barbarian royal capital to lead the 4 cities under his command to attack the southern barbarian royal capital. Of course, the southern barbarian royal capital was guarded by the Azure Dragon army. However, in the Battle of Black Fog City, Manxiong and his 30,000 Azure Dragon army were dead. Only 70,000 Azure Dragon army were left guarding the southern barbarian royal capital. Now, a demi-emperor of the southern barbarian royal capital, led 20,000 Azure Dragon army to fight against the demon army of the eastern barbarian royal capital. The Azure Dragon army was still a powerful force that could not be underestimated. In fact, if Man Xiong and his Azure Dragon army hadn't encountered a monstrous genius like Gu Fei, they would have been able to sweep through everything. But it was a pity that they encountered Gu Fei. Now that the Eastern Barren Territories demons had made their move, the other forces naturally did not want to fall behind. The West Sea Dragon clan also made their move. In the West Sea of the Void Realm, the dragon race was the sole overlord. The West Sea Great Army under the command of the West Sea Dragon race was even more powerful. They were all sea demons and sea beasts, which were incomparably ferocious. These sea demons and sea beasts directly came ashore from the sea, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, densely packed. Wherever they passed, cities and territories were seized, and the Southern Man army was no match for them at all. This was truly a single person who had caused the Void Realm to explode. If it weren't for Gu Fei's powerful rise, which had broken the balance of the Void Realm's 5 great regions, there would not have been this great war. In this way, the Southern barbarians were attacked from both sides, and they were in an even more precarious situation. But even in such a dangerous situation, the barbarian emperor still did not appear. The barbarian emperor was the master of the Southern barbarians, and also the strongest existence in the Southern barbarians. As long as the barbarian emperor was still there, even the Eastern barbarian demon clan and the West Sea Dragon clan would not dare to go too far. Another half-emperor of the Southern barbarian royal capital led the Azure Dragon army to fight against the West Sea Dragon clan. Don't look down on the Azure Dragon army. They were much more powerful than the armies of hundreds of thousands of ordinary tribes. Moreover, the armies of the major tribes of the Southern barbarians had also gathered in the west, which was why they had blocked the West Sea Dragon clan's attack. It was the same in the east. Now, almost 80% of the Southern barbarians' armies were gathered in the west and east. If Gu Fei launched an attack at this time, he might really be able to shake the barbarian emperor's ruling position. Obviously, the sorcerer tribe also saw this. Therefore, the Heaven Shaman priest came again. I already said that I don't want to form an alliance. What are you still doing here? Because Gu Fei did not want to form an alliance with the sorcerer tribe, he proposed a condition that the Heaven Shaman of the sorcerer tribe could not accept. He also knew that the Heaven Shaman of the sorcerer tribe could not marry. The Heaven Shaman priest was very smart. It was impossible for him not to understand what he meant. What if I agree to your condition? The Heaven Shaman priest actually said such a thing in the main hall of the Black Fog City Lord Mansion. What? The deity kings in the main hall were all shocked when they heard this. They knew the condition of their master's alliance with the sorcerer tribe. Since ancient times, the Heaven Shaman of the sorcerer tribe would not marry, because the Heaven Shaman was a candidate for the saintess of the sorcerer tribe. What did you say? Gu Fei thought he had heard wrong. I said, if I agree to your condition, you will be willing to form an alliance with my tribe, right? The Heaven Shaman priest stared at Gu Fei, his eyes extremely firm. How is that possible? I thought the Heaven Shaman of the sorcerer tribe did not marry? Gu Fei said with a smile and shook his head. There are no absolutes in this world. Everything has an exception. The Heaven Shaman priest said indifferently, is that so? Gu Fei's expression gradually became solemn. He had never thought that the sorcerer tribe would agree to his condition. This made him somewhat displeased. He knew very well what the sorcerer tribe was planning to form an alliance with him. To Gu Fei, forming an alliance with the sorcerer tribe was both good and bad. However, he was just a passerby in the Void Realm, and it did not matter to him how they wanted to play with him. However, no matter when or where, Gu Fei did not want to be used as a tool. What, are you going back on your word? The Heaven Shaman priest sneered. How dare you? The red-browed Eagle King glared at the Heaven Shaman priest. The sorcerer tribe was powerful, but the red-browed Eagle King was a deity king. He might be afraid of a shaman king, but a Heaven Shaman was nothing in his eyes. You have no right to speak here. The Heaven Shaman priest glanced at the red-browed Eagle King and said disdainfully, what did you say? The red-browed Eagle King flew into a rage and took a step forward. Gu Fei waved his hand. The red-browed Eagle King glared at the Heaven Shaman priest and retreated. All right, I, Gu Fei, am a man of my word. Since you want to marry me, I will fulfill your wish. Gu Fei said coldly. Good, straightforward. I will go back and prepare now. Goodbye. The Heaven Shaman priest cupped his hands at Gu Fei and walked out of the hall. Master, you really want to marry the Heaven Shaman priest? Qiu Qinjian, who was standing under the throne, asked. I didn't expect the sorcerer tribe to break the rules of their tribe. Gu Fei said helplessly. In fact, no one in the hall expected this either. The rules of the tribe were sacred to the sorcerer tribe. Throughout the ages, the sorcerer tribe had never broken the rules of the tribe. But this time, it was obvious that the sorcerer tribe had broken the rules to form an alliance with Gu Fei. Was this possible? Chapter 49-63. Gu Fei really did not want to have anything to do with the sorcerer tribe. However, things did not go according to his plan. The sorcerer tribe broke the rules of their tribe and allowed the Heaven Shaman priest, Wu Lingxue, to marry Gu Fei. In the Void Realm, it was very common for the major forces to form alliances through marriage. This was because such alliances were more stable than other forms of alliances. The sorcerer tribe and the current barbarian emperor of South China also had a marriage alliance. One of the concubines of the barbarian emperor was even the daughter of an important figure in the sorcerer tribe. However, it was obvious that the sorcerer tribe had made their choice. They had placed their bets on Gu Fei. It was also because of this that they had broken the rules of their tribe. Gu Fei's rise was too powerful and unstoppable. Even the invincible Azure Dragon army had been defeated by him. Even if the barbarian emperor came personally, he would not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, even the Shaman King could not see through Gu Fei. Gu Fei had obtained the longevity coffin, an extremely strange item. That was the longevity coffin. Throughout history, it would appear that all those who had obtained the longevity coffin had met with a terrible fate. However, nothing bad had happened to Gu Fei. Instead, his rise had grown even more ferocious. The longevity coffin could expand or shrink. Was the corpse of the legendary figure really buried in it? At this moment, in Black Fog City, Gu Fei was still studying the brick in his hand. This thing is so natural. Just what was it made of? Gu Fei played with the brick in his hand. Even the Emperor Killer Blade could not harm it at all. He was really curious. Moreover, the brick could absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. Regardless of what was inside the longevity coffin, Gu Fei knew that the item inside the coffin was capable of gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. Over the course of countless years, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi gathered in this brick had probably reached an unimaginable level. If I can obtain the spiritual qi inside, will I be able to recover my infinite prime cultivation? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The God Kings who stood to one side in the hall said nothing. They all stared at the inconspicuous brick in Gu Fei's hand curiously. The longevity coffin was a legendary item. Even Qiu Qinjian and the others, who had lived for thousands of years, had only heard of it in legends. However, this longevity coffin was truly bizarre. Even the monarch beheading saber that was known as the #1 divine artifact of the southern barbaric lands couldn't do anything to this longevity coffin. Although they were curious, Qiu Qinjian and the others did not dare to touch the brick in Gu Fei's hand. Any news from the sorcerer tribe? Gu Fei suddenly said to Qiu Qinjian, Master, there's no movement from the wizard tribe, but there's a lot of news from the southern barbarian capital. Qiu Qinjian said, Southern barbarian capital? Gu Fei's eyes sharpened. Master, I think it's a great time for us to march into the southern barbarian capital. The red-browed Eagle King suddenly said, You want to enter the imperial capital? Gu Fei said with a smile. This is our wish. The red-browed Eagle King said very seriously. If Gu Fei could live in the southern barbarian capital, then they would be the subjects of the emperor. At that time, they would be above everyone else. This was many times better than being a city lord in this godforsaken place. Let's wait, Gu Fei said indifferently. When he refined the monarch beheading saber, he would be able to enter the southern barbarian capital. The red-browed Eagle King seemed to want to say something, but he thought about it and didn't say anything in the end. Black Fog City, in a palace of the sorcerer tribe. Second uncle, what are you planning? The heaven sorcerer priest, Wu Lingxue, said to a middle-aged man in white who looked mighty. This middle-aged man was Wu Fong, one of the 8 great sorcerer kings of the sorcerer tribe. He had the cultivation of a half-step sovereign realm and was extremely powerful. What can I plan? If my tribe can form an alliance with Gu Fei, we might be able to become the master of Southern Barbarian again. Wu Fong muttered. Are you saying that Gu Fei can defeat the Barbarian Emperor and become the master of Southern Barbarian? Then we can take control of Southern Barbarian from Gu Fei? Wu Lingxue was smart and immediately guessed Wu Fong's intention. Continue to observe. Wu Fong smiled. But, do you really want me to marry that guy? Wu Lingxue said reluctantly. Wu Fong smiled and said, I'm not asking you to marry immediately. We can first set up a marriage contract and delay it. Delay it? Wu Lingxue's eyes lit up. Let's do that. Wu Lingxue was elated. The East Wilderness and the West Sea have made their moves. I guess the Barbarian Emperor will be back soon. There will be a good show soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Wu Fong was inexplicably excited at the thought of the war that was about to break out and the coming of chaos. Just as Wu Lingxue and her second uncle were plotting against Gu Fei, in the palace of Southern Barbarian, the second son of the Barbarian Emperor, Man Yu, was leading the Azure Dragon Army and directly taking control of the entire palace. Now, his elder brother Man Xiong was killed by Gu Fei, the third Emperor Man Yao was also killed by Gu Fei, and 2 of the 3 sons of the Barbarian Emperor were dead. The remaining one naturally became the only successor of the Barbarian Emperor. One had to say that Man Yu had really picked up a great bargain. However, the current Barbarian Emperor's capital was in a state of panic. Many people had dragged their families and fled the Southern Barbarian Emperor's capital. There were troops patrolling the streets from time to time. The atmosphere of the entire Southern Barbarian Emperor's capital was very depressing. Uncle, what should we do next? On the roof of the Southern Barbarian Emperor's capital stood 2 figures. One of them was Man Yu, and the other was a middle-aged man. Man Yu's uncle naturally had a powerful background. He was also a demi-emperor and was only half a step away from breaking through to the real emperor realm. However, this half a step was difficult for him to take. Guard the capital and wait for your father to return, his uncle said in a deep voice. Where did my father go? Man Yu asked. If his father, the Barbarian Emperor, was here, would it be Gu Fei's turn to jump around so happily? How would I know? I only know that the Ghost Emperor came to invite your father. Although his uncle was a demi-emperor, he didn't know where the Barbarian Emperor had gone. However, if Gu Fei came, Man Yu said in shock. At this time, compared to the enemies of the Eastern Wilderness and the Western Sea, Gu Fei was the real trouble. If he didn't get rid of Gu Fei, Man Yu would feel uneasy. What are you afraid of? Don't you have 30,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers? His uncle said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Man Yu's eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 49-64. The Southern Wilderness was in turmoil, and all forces had their eyes on this fat piece of meat. The Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan was the first to invade the Southern Wilderness, and the West Sea Dragon Clan was the second. The great clans of the Middle Sky could not sit still either. The Buddha Clan and the Sky Clan all showed signs of sending troops. Only the North Ruins Ghost Clan did not move. Just when the storm was brewing, Gu Fei chose to go into seclusion. This caught everyone by surprise, as it was completely out of everyone's expectations. Even the Sorcerer Clan was a little confused. Going into seclusion at this time? Was his head kicked by a donkey? The Sorcerer King's roar came from the Sorcerer Clan's palace in Black Fog City. I didn't expect him to do this. When the Heaven Sorcerer Priest Wu Lingxue received the news of Gu Fei going into seclusion, she was also shocked to the extreme. One must know that Gu Fei could take advantage of this rare opportunity to expand his territory and his sphere of influence. But he, Gu Fei, actually went into seclusion at this time. Actually, the Divine Kings under Gu Fei were also very surprised that Gu Fei suddenly went into seclusion, because Gu Fei's seclusion this time was very sudden. The Sorcerer Clan could not count on Gu Fei, so they began to mobilize the army. The army of the Sorcerer Clan had been scattered all these years and hidden in the major tribes of the Southern Wilderness. But now, following the Sorcerer King's order, the army of the Sorcerer clan gathered again. This unusual action of the Sorcerer clan immediately attracted the attention of the barbaric sovereign's subordinates. As a result, the Sorcerer clan slightly restrained themselves. This time, Gu Fei did not go into seclusion for long. One evening after half a month, the door of Gu Fei's seclusion place opened from the inside, and a figure walked out. It was Gu Fei. It was not difficult to refine Sovereign Beheading Saber. Gu Fei originally planned to spend a month to refine Sovereign Beheading Saber, but who would have thought that he would refine Sovereign Beheading Saber so quickly? At this time, the eastern and western regions of the southern wilderness were still confronting each other. Come with me to the southern wilderness royal capital, Gu Fei of the Divine Kings under him said. What? Red-browed Eagle King and the others were shocked when they heard this. They were going to the southern barbarian capital now? Chimei, you stay. Qiu Qinjian, Luolai, you two come with me. It was not good to bring too many people. It would be fine to bring 2 people who were familiar with the Southern Man Royal Capital. This trip to the Southern Man Royal Capital might have unexpected gains. Divine Fist Hanchong and Red-browed Eagle King stayed behind to manage the 4 cities. Gu Fei left Black Fog City with Qiu Qinjian and Luolai. As soon as Gu Fei left, the Sky Magus Priest rushed to the Castellan's mansion in Black Fog City. However, she didn't see Gu Fei. Han Chong and Red-Eyebrowed Eagle King didn't tell the Heaven Magus Priest Gu Fei's whereabouts. The Heaven Shaman Priest hurriedly rushed back to the Celestial Wizard Clan's palace in Black Fog City. Soon, the Wizard Clan spies began to move. You want to play dirty with me? The Witch King gritted his teeth. The Southern Man Royal Capital was definitely one of the most prosperous cities in the world. The city was bustling with traffic and bustling with shops on both sides of the street. The streets were crowded with people, and from time to time, the peddlers' cries could be heard. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the Southern Man Royal Capital, it was almost night. As soon as they entered the city gate was closed. Let's find a place to eat first, Gu Fei said. He found an inconspicuous tavern and went inside. The moment he went in, the aroma of wine hit his face. Qiu Qinjian and Luolai had no choice but to follow behind Gu Fei and enter the tavern. I want 3 jars of the best wine here, Gu Fei said to the waiter next to him. Okay, do you want dishes to go with the wine? The waiter asked. Do you still need to ask? I want 3 of the best dishes here. Gu Fei said. Okay, wait a moment. The waiter said and walked away. Soon, 3 jars of wine were placed in front of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei directly removed the seal and poured a bowl of wine. The aroma of wine immediately filled the air. Not bad, Gu Fei said as he smelled the aroma of the wine. Master, why did we suddenly come to the Southern Man Royal Capital? Qiu Qinjian was really curious. What else can we do? Watch the show, Gu Fei said with a smile. Watch the show? Qiu Qinjian and Luolai were a little confused. Just watch the show? At this time, the dishes were also served. Gu Fei and the others drank wine and ate meat. After eating their fill, they threw an immortal crystal and left the tavern. Since you're done eating, let's find a place to stay, Gu Fei said. Qiu Qinjian and Luolai were speechless. Their master seemed to be staying here for a while. Gu Fei was the person who killed the 3rd son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yao, and the 1st son, Man Xiong. If people knew that Gu Fei was in the southern barbarian capital, the entire southern barbarian capital would be shaken. However, in the Southern Man Royal Capital, the number of people who had seen Gu Fei could be counted on one hand. As long as they were careful, there would be absolutely no problem. However, if they were not careful and met an acquaintance, they would be out of luck. Gu Fei was very strong, but this was the Southern Man Royal Capital. Almost all the most powerful existences of the Southern Man Royal Capital were gathered here. However, the Southern Man Royal Capital, which originally had 100,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers, now only 30,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers were left, and the one who controlled the Southern Man Royal Capital was the 2nd son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yu. Qiu Qinjian and Luolai had followed Man Yu before. Now that they followed Gu Fei, they told the truth about the Southern Man Royal Capital to Gu Fei. Luolai brought Gu Fei to an inn. This inn was not eye-catching. Gu Fei and the others didn't care too much about basic necessities. After checking into the inn, Qiu Qinjian and Luo Lai went out to inquire about the news. As for Gu Fei, he was very bored and could only sit cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. He went into seclusion for half a month and finally refined the sovereign beheader saber. He was very clear about the might of this saber. If he used this saber, he could definitely compete with the barbarian emperor. This was the reason why he dared to appear in the southern Man royal capital. Not long after, Qiu Qinjian and Luo Lai returned, and they brought back a piece of good news. The people of the eastern desolate demon race and the western sea dragon race were coming to the southern Man royal capital to negotiate with Man Yu. They said that they were here to negotiate, but their true intention was to threaten Man Yu and get what they wanted. Good, very good. Then let's do it like this. Gu Fei was immediately overjoyed when he heard that. Master, are we really going to do this? Qiu Qinjian and Luo Lai were stunned by Gu Fei's plan. Once this kind of thing was exposed, it would definitely not be a good thing for them. Hee, it wasn't easy to come here. How can we not have fun? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Qiu Qinjian and Luo Lai were speechless. Could it be that everything Master did was just for fun? Chapter 49-65. Right now, the forces of the barbarian sovereign were in a precarious situation. Gu Fei had risen within the southern barbarians and occupied the barbarian emperor city, Black Fog City, and 4 other cities. He had hundreds of thousands of troops under him and had even killed the first and third sons of the barbarian emperor. It could be said that Gu Fei and the barbarian sovereign had an irreconcilable enmity. Now, the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan and the West Sea Dragon Clan had also attacked the southern barbarians and occupied many cities. Barbarian Emperor's second son, Man Yu, had no choice but to think of a way to negotiate with the Eastern Wasteland Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race. He wanted to see what these fellows wanted. The envoys from the East Baron territory and the West Sea had both arrived. Man Yu personally welcomed the 2 of them into South Man royal capital. The envoys of East Baron and West Sea were arranged by Man Yu to stay in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. They didn't stay in the imperial palace of South Baron royal capital. Did you find out? In the guest room of the inn Gu Fei was staying in, Gu Fei was asking Qiu Qinjian, who had just returned. Master, we've investigated. The emissary from the Eastern Wasteland is the Golden Rock King. The emissary from the Western Sea Dragon race is the Amethyst Dragon King. Both of them are God Kings. Qiu Qinjian said. Very good. Continue to keep an eye on them. Report back directly if there's anything you don't understand. Gu Fei's expression was extremely calm. Yes, Master. Qiu Qinjian turned around and walked out. Not long after, Saber King Luo Lai also returned. The information he obtained was the same as Qiu Qinjian's. The Eastern Wasteland and the Western Sea had both sent a God King as an envoy. In fact, Gu Fei was very clear that whether it was the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan or the West Sea Dragon Clan, they could not monopolize the southern wilderness. Moreover, the Berserker Emperor was still around. The goal of the various forces was to consolidate their vested interests through negotiations. Man Yu knew this as well, so he would try his best to delay the time and wait for his imperial father, Emperor Man Yu, to return. Once Emperor Man Yu returns, the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan and the Western Sea Dragon Clan would have to obediently scram from the southern wilderness. One had to know that the barbarian sovereign's name was earned through fighting. What Gu Fei wanted to do now was to ignite this great battle in the mirage. Heroes emerge in troubled times. It was time for the human race to become the rulers of this world. The human race had never been the main characters in the Void Realm. The Eastern Wasteland Demon race, Western Sea Dragon race, North Ruins Ghoul race, Middle Heavens Buddha race, and Sky race were the main characters. The Buddha clan was also part of the human clan, but the Sky clan wasn't. Of the 5 major regions of the Void Realm, the one that was truly ruled by the human clan was the Southern Barbarian, which had the least resources among the 5 major regions. Although it wasn't a barren land, it wasn't an immortal land either. Gu Fei wanted to unify the world and make the human race the main character of this world. Of course, Gu Fei's goal was a bit big. He hadn't even settled the Southern Barbarians yet. For a few days in a row, Man Yu actually left the messenger of the Eastern Wasteland Demon race, Golden Rock King, and the messenger of the Western Sea Dragon race, Amethyst Dragon King in the City Lord Mansion. He did not summon them. This made the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King very unhappy. However, for Gu Fei, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After nightfall, he directly brought Qiu Qianjian and Saber King Luo Lai to the vicinity of the City Lord Mansion. In the southern barbarian royal capital, there was a majestic imperial palace. Not far from the imperial palace, there was a City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion was the place that managed the entire southern barbarian royal capital. Normally, you would stay in the City Lord Mansion. But after the messengers of the Eastern Wasteland Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race came, he returned to the Imperial Palace to stay. The surroundings of the City Lord Mansion were heavily guarded. The messengers of the Eastern Wasteland Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race were all monitored by the people you sent. You guys guard outside. I'll go in and take a look. Gu Fei instructed Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai, then vanished into the void. Master, Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai couldn't help but be incomparably nervous when they saw the situation. Gu Fei actually wanted to assassinate the messengers of the Eastern Wasteland Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race. This was a heaven-piercing matter. Furthermore, this was the Southern Barbarian Royal Capital, the gathering place of the Southern Barbarian powerhouses. Ever since Barbarian Sovereign took over the Southern Barbarian Royal Capital, no one dared to cause trouble here. But now, not only did Gu Fei want to cause trouble in the Southern Barbarian Royal Capital, it was a heaven-piercing matter. Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai found a secret place to hide. After nightfall, the Southern Barbarian Royal Capital was obviously a lot quieter, but the place where the Imperial Palace was located was still brightly lit. Even at this time, the Imperial Palace was still having fun every night, and the people inside were still living in a drunken stupor. This was simply a sign of destruction. At this time, Gu Fei had already sneaked into the City Lord Mansion without anyone noticing and made his way to the courtyard where the Eastern Wasteland Demon race's messenger, Golden Rock King, lived. Who is it? Get out for me. Golden Rock King was very vigilant. The moment Gu Fei entered the courtyard, he was discovered by this guy. Gu Fei walked out from the darkness. Who are you? Golden Rock King stared coldly at Gu Fei, and Gu Fei was also sizing up Golden Rock King. He saw that this guy was a tall, middle-aged man with a head of golden hair. Even his pupils were emitting a faint golden glow. The person who will kill you, Gu Fei said indifferently. You? Want to kill me? Haha. Golden Rock King laughed. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. This young guy actually said that he wanted to kill him. Swoosh. A cold light flashed in the void. In the next moment, Golden Rock King's laughter suddenly stopped. His face revealed an expression of extreme shock and horror. Then, a bloody mark appeared on his neck, and his head fell off. Golden Rock King could not believe that a black-clothed young man could kill him in an instant. This was an instant kill. Golden Rock King had actually been prepared for it, but he was still killed by Gu Fei. Moreover, he did not even have the strength to fight back. After killing Golden Rock King, Gu Fei directly went to the Amethyst Dragon King's residence. Golden Rock King and Amethyst Dragon King's residences were not far from each other. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at the gate of the Amethyst Dragon King's courtyard. Are you here to kill me? Amethyst Dragon King walked out of the house. He had already heard Golden Rock King's movements. At this moment, Golden Rock King's residence was already in a mess. Since you already know, I don't have to do it myself, Gu Fei said with a smile. Haha, don't you think you have to pay a price to kill me? Amethyst Dragon King laughed. At this moment, 3 experts appeared behind Amethyst Dragon King. Each of them emitted a powerful dragon aura. Sigh. Some people just like to overestimate themselves and look down on others. Gu Fei sighed. Who are you? Did you send you to kill me? Amethyst Dragon King asked. You are about to die. Why are you still asking so many questions? Let me send you to hell. As Gu Fei spoke, another cold light flashed. In the next moment, the heads of the Amethyst Dragon King and the 3 Dragon Clan experts behind him fell to the ground. It was another instant kill. Gu Fei killed Amethyst Dragon King and then disappeared into the darkness. What? Golden Rock King and Amethyst Dragon King are dead? Chapter 4966. The Amethyst Dragon King and the Golden Rock King were both killed in an instant. Nobody knew who did it, but the most suspicious person was naturally the second son of the Barbarian King, Manu. Manu was shocked when he got the news. One must know that the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King were the envoys of the Eastern Wilderness and the Western Sea Dragon race. Moreover, the two sides usually didn't kill the envoys. But now, the envoys of the two superpowers were dead in the southern barbarian capital. Seal the news. Manu directly gave the order. Whoever dared to spread the news would be killed without mercy. He immediately went to the city lord's mansion and went to the Golden Rock King's residence. He saw the Golden Rock King lying in the courtyard, his head separated from his body. Manu and the one-eyed old man looked carefully. They were shocked to find that there were no signs of fighting. How is this possible? One must know that the Golden Rock King was a powerful existence of the Divine King realm. How could he be killed without a sound? The Golden Rock King was considered one of the top godly monarchs of the demon race. Dying in such a manner was simply too humiliating. Who killed the Golden Rock King? At this time, the Golden Rock King's corpse revealed its true form. It was a huge golden rock the size of a small mountain. Its body looked like it was made of gold. Manu took out his saber and slashed at the golden rock's body. Clang! Sparks flew. Manu was dumbfounded. Even though this guy was dead, his body was still this powerful? This Golden Rock King's body is a treasure. The one-eyed old man's eyes lit up when he saw the Golden Rock King's corpse. Old Fong, Manu looked at the corpse of a divine bird and was moved. This made him think of a famous dish, Golden Rock Braised. Of course, this was just a thought. The Golden Rock King's corpse had to be returned to the Eastern Wilderness. The Golden Rock race had a very important position in the Eastern Wilderness. Although Manu's saliva was about to drip on the ground, he still held it in. Then, he and the one-eyed old man went to the Amethyst Dragon King's residence. They saw a 12-foot-long purple-scaled flood dragon lying in the courtyard. Even though it was dead, the purple-scaled flood dragon's body still gave off an incredibly powerful aura. Ordinary people would most likely find it difficult to get close to this flood dragon. Although the West Sea Dragon tribe was a dragon tribe, there were very few dragon tribes that possessed the true dragon bloodline. The purple-scaled flood dragon tribe was one of the dragon tribes that possessed the true dragon bloodline. The purple-scaled flood dragon was also a royal member of the West Sea Dragon clan. Flood dragon blood. What a pity. Looking at the head of the purple-scaled flood dragon, looking at the flood dragon's blood flowing all over the ground, Manu felt his heart ache. This was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. However, this purple-scaled flood dragon could not move either. There are no signs of a fight. How is this possible? Did an Emperor Realm cultivator kill them? The one-eyed old man said in disbelief. Emperor? Absolutely impossible. Manu shook his head. It's not impossible. Could it be that Second Master has forgotten that we still have an emperor in Nanman? The one-eyed old man said solemnly. Elder Fong, you mean? Manu suddenly came to his senses. His face immediately revealed a horrified expression. If this was really the case, then it would be terrible. While Manu and the one-eyed old man were investigating the Amethyst Dragon King's residence, Gu Fei had already met up with Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai. Then, they returned to the inn secretly. Master, did you really kill the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King? Qiu Qianjian looked at Gu Fei with extreme shock. How could it be fake? Gu Fei said indifferently, Master, how did you do it? Luo Lai was very curious because they did not hear any movements outside the city lord's residence. To be able to kill the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King without anyone noticing, could it be that Master's cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor Realm? In the Void Realm, the Emperor Realm represented invincibility. Everything below the Emperor Realm was an ant. If this was really the case, then their future would be limitless if they followed Gu Fei. Is it very difficult to kill them? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai were speechless. The Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King were experts from the Eastern Wilderness and the Western Sea. They were not humans. Whether it was the Golden Rock King or the Amethyst Dragon King, their talents were much better than humans. They were all godly kings, but the foreign godly kings were generally much stronger than human godly kings. Even if Qiu Qinjian was a sword godly king, he was still not enough in front of the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King. You guys should spread the news, Gu Fei muttered. Yes, master, Qiu Qinjian and Luo Lai said, and turned to leave Gu Fei's room. The next day, the entire southern barbarian capital was in an uproar. The streets and alleys were filled with explosive news. Did you hear? The envoys from the eastern wilderness and the western sea were killed last night. What? It can't be. It's definitely fake news. Who dares to kill them? This news can't be any more real. Someone saw a huge golden rock lying in the courtyard behind the city lord's residence. Many people were discussing in low voices in the tea houses and restaurants of the barbarian capital. Who leaked the news? At this moment, in the southern barbarian capital's city lord's hall, Man Yu directly smashed the handle of the throne and roared at his subordinates in the hall. The subordinates in the hall were all incomparably terrified. Second master, how would we dare to speak carelessly? An old man braced himself and said, If it wasn't you guys, could it be me? Man Yu was really mad with anger. What should he do? The spies of the Eastern Wilderness Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race in the southern barbarian capital had probably already spread the news. The Eastern Wilderness Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race would definitely not let this matter rest. Right now, Man Yu was really having a headache. Man Yu's guess was right. The Eastern Wilderness Demon race quickly received the news. The leading demon king of the Eastern Wilderness Demon race was furious and directly mobilized the Eastern Wilderness Army to attack the southern barbarian city. The Western Sea Dragon race was the same. The upper echelons of the dragon race were furious. There was nothing much to say and directly made a move. The flames of war rose again. The entire southern barbarian was shaken. In the southern barbarian capital, countless people dragged their children and left the southern barbarian capital to avoid the chaos of war. No one was optimistic about southern barbarian. In fact, the army of the Eastern Wilderness Demon race and the army of southern barbarian started a war in the eastern region of southern barbarian. The situation was unfavorable for southern barbarian. Even if the Azure Dragon army participated in the war, they had to be extremely cautious because the other party's military strength was far above the southern barbarian army. The war in the western region was the same. The army of the Western Sea Dragon race was even stronger. The 20,000 Azure Dragon army of southern barbarian fought with the army of the Western Sea Dragon race and had no choice but to retreat to the city. The army of southern barbarian seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Chapter 4967. The news that the envoys of the Eastern Wasteland Goblin clan and the Western Sea Dragon clan had died in the southern barbarian imperial capital spread, and the whole world was shocked. The rulers of the southern barbarian were really courting death. As expected, after the Eastern Baron Demon race received the news, they took action immediately. Eastern Baron Demon Emperor Yao Wutian personally led a 100,000 demon army to attack the Eastern Guard city where the Azure Dragon army was stationed. There was nothing more to say. The envoys they sent were killed. Why would they be polite to these southern barbarians? Is Man Yu's head filled with shit? East Guard City, on the East City Tower, seeing the demon army that covered the sky and covered the earth, the commander Baigu, who was known as the fourth war god of South Barbarian, couldn't help but curse at Man Yu. Baigu was a ruthless man of his generation. His cultivation base was at the half-emperor realm. He belonged to the pro-war faction and had once proposed to the barbarian emperor to completely annihilate the wizard tribe to prevent any future troubles. Unfortunately, the power of the southern barbarian shaman clan was deeply rooted in the southern barbaric lands, and it was impossible to directly annihilate the southern barbarian shaman clan. It was too unrealistic to uproot the sorcerer tribe at once. It was impossible for the barbarian emperor to make such a drastic decision. Baigu was so angry that he went into seclusion. But now, southern barbarian was in a precarious situation. Man Yu could only personally ask Baigu to come out of seclusion. Baigu was a guy who didn't even give face to the barbarian sovereign. But at this time, Baigu had no choice but to come out. How could he let the southern barbarian be invaded by the eastern wilderness demon clan? Bai Gu, the god of war, lived up to his reputation. After he led the 20,000 Azure Dragon army to the east, he fought a few battles with the Eastern Baron Demon clan and successfully suppressed the Eastern Baron Demon army's unstoppable momentum. Now, Bai Gu was guarding the East Guard city, blocking the Eastern Baron Demon clan army from entering the Southern Baron territory. Eastern Guard City's geographical location was extremely important. Once the Eastern Guard City was breached by the Eastern Baron Demon clan, the Eastern Baron Demon clan's army would be able to march straight into the Southern Baron territory. Therefore, Bai Gu couldn't retreat. He could only defend with his life. If he couldn't defend, he could only live or die with the Eastern Guard City. Activate the defensive formation. Bai Gu, who was on the city gate tower, bellowed as he looked at the approaching demon army. In the next moment, a light shield emerged from the void and shrouded Eastern Guard City. On the light shield, mysterious runes appeared indistinctly. At that moment, the Firebird army of the Eastern Baron Demon race began their attack. A red cloud in the sky was approaching East Guard City at high speed. It was a large group of Firebirds. Before the Scarlet Firebirds reached the sky above East Guard City, they spat fireballs at the city. Every fireball was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Boom! The fireballs blasted on the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard City. The next moment, the entire sky above Eastern Guard City was shrouded in endless flames. The fire burned half of the sky red. The defensive formation of the Eastern Guard City was extremely powerful and had blocked the attack of the Firebird army. However, the scorching heat descended from the sky, and the entire Eastern Guard City was as hot and stuffy as a steamer. Archers, get ready, Bai Gu ordered from the tower. Shoot! Following by GE's roar, countless cold lights shot out from the city. The cold lights penetrated the defensive shield and shot into the flock of scarlet firebirds in the sky. The arrowheads of the arrows were refined with a secret technique. The arrowheads were branded with runes that could penetrate the defensive shield. The scarlet firebirds in the sky fell from the sky like dumplings and smashed into the light shield formed by the power of the defensive formation. They slid along the arc of the light shield and fell to the ground. Soon, the scarlet firebirds that were circling above Eastern Guard City were dispersed. Bam! At that moment, a dull crashing sound was heard. Countless low-level demon beasts from the vanguard of the demon army had begun to collide with the light shield formed by the power of the defensive formation. The crashing sounds were concentrated. However, even if the demon beasts that were the size of small mountains collided with the light shield, they couldn't shake it at all. The defensive formation of Eastern Guard City was not just for show. As the gateway to the eastern part of Southern Barbarian, this city had been under the management of the Barbarian Emperor for countless years. Bai Gu had 20,000 Azure Dragon soldiers under his command, which was the most elite army of Southern Barbarian. Together with the 100,000 soldiers stationed in Eastern Guard City, it would not be an easy task for Yao Wutian to break into Eastern Guard City. At that moment, the archers in Eastern Guard City started to take action. Arrows were fired from the top of the city wall, aiming at the giant demon beasts. Soon, the outside of the city was filled with the corpses of the demon beasts, and the smell of blood permeated the air. However, the demon beasts were still charging towards Eastern Guard City without any regard for their lives. Bai Gu, you are a famous general. Do you dare to come out and fight? A figure appeared in the sky outside Eastern Guard City and shouted at Bai Gu, who was on the city tower. Yao Wutian, cut the crap. If you can break into the city, I will fight with you. Bai Gu, who was on the city tower, roared at the figure in mid-air. You coward. You call yourself the divine general of Southern Barbarian, but you are just a coward. Yao Wutian pointed at Bai Gu and scolded. Provocation doesn't work on me. Bai Gu held the hilt of the sword at his waist and looked at Yao Wutian coldly. You bastard. Yao Wutian had no choice but to retreat. However, the demon beasts on the ground attacked even more fiercely. The strength of the Eastern Barbarian Demon clan was unquestionable. If it wasn't for Bai Gu blocking Yao Wutian's army in Eastern Guard City, Yao Wutian's army would have already reached the Southern Barbarian Imperial City. 2 hours later, the demon beasts began to retreat. Eastern Guard City was still impregnable, and the corpses of the demon beasts outside the city were piled up into a small hill. Overconfident, Baigu looked at the retreating demon beasts with disdain. At this moment, there were 3 figures standing above the clouds in the distant sky. Master, the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan seems to have an undeserved reputation, Qiu Qinjian said. These are just the lowest-level demon beasts. Gu Fei said. The real army of the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan had yet to move out. The commander of the demon army this time is Yao Wutian, Luolai said. Yao Wutian? Then Baigu has really met a strong opponent this time. Qiu Qinjian said in surprise. Is Yao Wutian very powerful? Gu Fei asked. This Yao Wutian is not only powerful, but he is also a rare commander in the demon clan, Luolai said. Then let's continue to watch the show. Gu Fei waved his sleeves and landed on the mountain. Qiu Qinjian and Luolai quickly followed. At this time, the southern barbarian imperial city was already in a mess. The messengers of the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan and the West Sea Dragon Clan were killed in the southern barbarian imperial city. Manu was searching for the murderer all over the city. Gu Fei brought Qiu Qinjian and Luolai out of the southern barbarian imperial city and came to Eastern Guard City. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. What's going on? Baigu, who was on the tower of Eastern Guard City, was shocked. The ground around Eastern Guard City was constantly cracking, as if there was a dragon turning over under the ground. Oh no, they are attacking from underground. Chapter 49-68. Eastern Defense City in the Southern Barbarian Eastern region was the only way to enter Southern Barbarian from the East Barbarian. If the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army wanted to enter Southern Barbarian's territory, they had to take down Eastern Defense City first. However, Baigu was in charge of guarding Eastern Defense City. Although Baigu was called the 4th war god of Southern Barbarian, it was because he went into seclusion early. If he hadn't gone into seclusion, then Manxiong wouldn't be the number 1 war god of Southern Barbarian. Manu had no choice and could only kill this battle god who had gone into seclusion. Baigu was indeed a war god. Before the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army could take down Eastern Defense City, he had successfully used the city's defensive formation to block the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's attack. Just as Baigu repelled another wave of attacks from the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army, the ground suddenly shook. There were wild beasts moving underground. Yao Wutian wanted to take down Eastern Defense City from underground. Master, do you think Yao Wutian will succeed? Qiu Qinjian asked softly. They were on a mountain peak, which was about 20 to 30 miles away from Eastern Guard City. Despite the distance, they could still feel the tremors under their feet. Probably not. Gu Fei said. How could Eastern Defense City be breached so easily? If it could be breached from underground, then it would have been breached long ago. Huge shadows of beasts rushed out of the ground. They were mountain-piercing pythons. Their black scales shone with a layer of black light under the divine sun. These beasts were also called earth dragons, but they weren't real earth dragons. They were just huge pythons that could move underground. Each mountain-piercing python was hundreds of feet long. The hard soil and rocks were as fragile as tofu in front of these pythons. Of course, this kind of black pangolin python also had the opportunity to transform into a flood dragon. When the black pangolin python transformed into a flood dragon, it would become a true black pangolin earth dragon. The mountain-piercing black armored python continued to move on the ground, causing the ground to collapse. The ground around Eastern Guard City was collapsing, but to everyone's surprise, the entire Eastern Guard City didn't even shake a bit. Finally, the soil around Eastern Guard City sank into the ground. The entire ancient city floated in the air, shrouded by a ball of divine light. Qiu Qinjian and Luolai were dumbfounded. The Eastern Guard City's defensive formation was too powerful. How could it work like this? Boom, bam. Dull crashing sounds were heard continuously. The mountain-piercing black armored pythons were crashing into the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard City. However, the defensive formation of the Eastern Guard City blocked the mountain-piercing pythons. Rumble. East Guard City gradually flew up into the sky. Beams of divine light shot out from Eastgard City, piercing through the giant black pangolin python. The gigantic black armored pangolin python fell from the sky and landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake and dust to rise. The entire Eastern Guard City was like a divine mountain suspended in the void, blocking the path of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Army. Preposterous! Yao Wuqian, who was watching from afar, was infuriated. Of course, Yao Wuqian was just testing the waters. No matter who it was impossible to crush the southern barbarian war god Bai Gu. No one could easily defeat the southern barbarian war god Bai Gu. Sir, what should we do now? Beside Yao Wuqian stood a muscular man with 2 horns on his head. He was as tall as a black iron tower, and he held 2 giant axes in his hands. Invite the Fire Sparrow King here. I'm going to roast this city. Yao Wuqian ordered. Yes, sir. The muscular man took the order and left. Soon, a divine sun rose in the eastern sky. In the divine sun, the figure of a divine bird could be vaguely seen. Even though it was far away, Bai Gu, who was standing on top of Eastern Guard City, could still feel a wave of heat. Oh no, it's the Fire Sparrow King. Bai Gu stared at the glaring divine sun in the sky, and his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the Eastern Wilderness Demon race to put in so much effort to attack Southern Barbarian. He didn't know how many Demon Kings the Eastern Wilderness Demon race had sent this time. The Golden Rock King, who was killed by Gu Fei, Yao Wuqian, and the Fire Sparrow King. These 3 Demon Kings were not weak. The Golden Rock King died unjustly because he met Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who had refined the Emperor Beheader saber, would even dare to fight against an emperor, let alone a small demon king. The show is about to start. Gu Fei smiled. They came to the east to watch the show. They wouldn't intervene in the war between Southern Barbarian and Eastern Wilderness. If the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race Army invaded and occupied most of Southern Barbarian, it wouldn't be a good thing for Gu Fei and the others. The overlord of Eastern Barbarian, the Eastern Barbarian Demon King, wasn't someone to be trifled with. I wonder if Bai Gu and the others can hold on. Saber King Luo Lai said worriedly. Master, will you help? Qiu Qianjian asked carefully. Depends on my mood. Gu Fei said calmly. To this world, he was just a passerby. The reason why he wanted to fight for hegemony was to enter the legendary place in the Void Realm and find the way back. His goal was clear, and everything would go according to his goal. At this moment, the Fire Sparrow King made his move. Countless fireballs rushed out from the godly sun and blasted towards the Eastern Defense City in the air. Boom! A fireball blasted on the protective shield of the Eastern Defense City, and the shield shook immediately. This was a Demon King attacking the Eastern Defense City. If it was an ordinary city, a fireball would be enough to blow it up, and everyone in the city would be killed instantly. Dense roars sounded, and the entire Eastern Defense City was shrouded in boundless flames. At this time, countless people in the city felt like they were in a steamer basket. Although the protective shield of the Eastern Defense City blocked the fire, the terrifying heat wave came in from outside the city. Everyone was sweating profusely, and their mouths were dry. Where's the water general? Bai Gu shouted from the top of the city wall. I'm here. Someone responded immediately. In the next moment, a powerful water elemental force erupted from the city. Huge water columns rushed out from the Eastern Guard City, extinguishing most of the raging fire outside the city and suppressing it. Water and fire were incompatible. The Fire Sparrow King and the Water General fought across the sky. The defensive formation of the Eastern Guard City was magical. Attacks from the outside would be blocked by the protective shield, but attacks from outside the city would be useless against them. In other words, attacks from the outside couldn't enter, but attacks from the inside wouldn't be affected at all. Chapter 49-69. Gu Fei rose to power and occupied 4 cities, including Barbarian Emperor City. There were even signs that he was going to attack Barbarian Emperor City. But South Barbarian was invaded by the East Barbarian Demon Clan and the West Sea Dragon Clan at the same time. Manu, the second son of Barbarian Emperor, had a hard time dealing with them. Fortunately, the Eastern region had War God Bai Gu to block the East Barbarian Demon Clan's army. But the western region was different. West Guard City was full of holes, and the people in the city had run away. Only the soldiers of South Barbarian were fighting in the streets with the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. In the entire West Guard City, only the City Lord's mansion had not been conquered by the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. Because the soldiers guarding West Guard City were not ordinary soldiers, they were the Azure Dragon Army. The most elite army of South Barbarian was the Azure Dragon Army. If he hadn't brought 20,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers, the City Lord's mansion would have been conquered by the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. Du Guliang was a powerful existence in the half-emperor realm, and he was also one of the famous generals of South Barbarian. But compared to Bai Gu, he was far inferior. Haha, the Azure Dragon Army of South Barbarian really lives up to its name. A burst of laughter came. A West Sea general riding a wild beast waved a pair of big iron hammers and charged into the Azure Dragon Army's battle formation. The next moment, the West Sea general was drowned by the Azure Dragon Army's battle formation. General Hi-Ho. In the battle formation of West Sea, another general saw this scene and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The guy named General Hi-Ho was no longer able to charge out of the Azure Dragon Army's battle formation. At this time, the streets around the City Lord's mansion were full of corpses. Most of the corpses were the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of West Sea Dragon Clan. The air was filled with a pungent stench. The soldiers of West Sea Dragon Clan who were killed by the Azure Dragon Army all showed their original forms. With the Azure Dragon Army around, it would not be easy for the West Sea Dragon Clan's army to break through West Guard City. In East Guard City, the war was still going on. The Fire Sparrow King unleashed its full power and turned into a divine bird, flying toward the Eastern Guard City. The gigantic wings of the divine bird covered the sky. Endless flames filled every inch of the void. This bird seems to have the bloodline of the vermilion bird. On the distant mountain ridge, Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Vermilion bird bloodline? Qiu Qinjin and Luo Lai, who were standing behind Gu Fei, were shocked when they heard this. It should be known that the vermilion bird was a true divine bird, one of the strongest existences in the ethereal realm. However, the vermilion bird had not appeared for a long time. The Fire Sparrow King's claws clawed at the Eastern Guard City's protective shield, causing it to shake violently. Bai Gu, who was standing on top of the city wall, was shocked to see this. The monstrous fire once again engulfed the entire Eastern Guard City. If it wasn't for the protective shield formed by the city defense formation, the entire city would have been burnt to ashes. The water general in the Eastern Guard City couldn't take it anymore. The Fire Sparrow King's fire completely suppressed the water general's water. At this time, the water general was so tired that he almost collapsed. Damn it! Bai Gu was shocked and angry at the same time. The Fire Sparrow King kept attacking the Eastern Guard City's city defense formation. Countless southern barbarian soldiers in the city were sweating profusely, and some soldiers even fainted from the heat. Attack! Bai Gu roared. Beams of cold light shot out from the Eastern Guard City, aiming directly at the Fire Sparrow King. The Fire Sparrow King revealed its true form. Its body was bigger than a small mountain, so it couldn't dodge the cold light that shot out from the city. However, when the cold light from the city hit the Fire Sparrow King's body, it was all blown away. The arrows shot from the Eastern Guard City didn't even hit a feather on the Fire Sparrow King's body. Half-Emperor, Bai Gu had no choice but to accept this. He flipped his left hand, and a big bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bow, and an endless amount of spiritual qi gathered towards him and the bow. Kill. When Bai Ji's aura reached its peak, he shot an arrow at the Fire Sparrow King outside the city. Swoosh. The extremely sharp light of the arrow appeared between heaven and earth like a divine rainbow and instantly hit the Fire Sparrow King. The next moment, a bird's cry was heard. The Fire Sparrow King retreated with blood dripping from the sky. The Fire Sparrow King was injured by Bai Ji's arrow. However, the injured Fire Sparrow King became even more ferocious. This Fire Sparrow King at the Half-Emperor realm continued to spit out monstrous flames towards the Eastern Guard City. Bai Gu shot a series of shocking light arrows. Even the ferocious Fire Sparrow King had to retreat. I didn't expect this guy to be an expert in archery. Gu Fei sighed. Every arrow that Baigu shot seemed to have pierced through the air. Its power was so great that it was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, Baigu was also at the half-emperor realm. The Fire Sparrow King moved quickly in the void, dodging the light arrows shot by Baigu. However, the light arrows shot by Baigu were like shadows that wouldn't stop until they hit their target. A dull thud was heard, and the Fire Sparrow King was hit by a few more arrows. At this moment, a huge figure descended from the sky and pounced on the defensive shield above the Eastern Guard city. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the entire Eastern Guard city was pressed down by the figure from the sky by a few hundred feet. Countless southern barbarian soldiers in the city were scared out of their wits by this sudden change. Even the well-trained Azure Dragon army was in an uproar. Baigu looked up and saw a huge demon beast that was as huge as a mountain. The demon beast was covered in black scales and pressed on the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard city like a huge mountain. That works? Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan. Boom, boom, boom. The giant beast swung its fist and smashed on the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard city, causing the shield to shake violently. Take my arrow too. An angry roar was heard. Then, Baigu saw a person in the void opposite him drawing a bow and shooting an arrow at him. What? Baigu noticed that there was a strange glow on the arrowhead of the arrow. The arrow hit the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard city. The arrow penetrated the shield easily and arrived in front of Baigu. Baiji's right hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the arrow that was shot in. He realized that there were runes imprinted on the arrowhead of the arrow. I see. Chapter 4970. The realm war in the Void Realm was intense. The Eastern Baron Demon Clan launched endless attacks, but the Southern Baron army defending the Eastern Guard city also fought back fiercely. Yao Wujian finally took action personally. His arrow pierced through the protective shield of East Guard city. Although his arrow pierced through the shield, its power was reduced by half. Baigu, the god of war, grabbed the arrow. He immediately noticed the problem with the arrow. The arrowhead of the arrow was refined, and there were Dao patterns imprinted inside the arrowhead. Ordinary arrows couldn't pierce through the protective shield of the Eastern Guard city. Kill. Yao Wujian shot 10 arrows consecutively, and 10 rays of light shot towards Baigu like meteors. Competing with me in archery? Baigu sneered and pulled his bow as well. He shot out 10 arrows, and the light of his arrows was not any weaker than Yao Wujian's. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion sounded, and balls of dazzling light appeared between heaven and earth. Yao Wujian's 10 rays of light were hit by Baiji's arrows. Both of their arrows exploded in the air at the same time. Yao Wujian's arrows were all blocked by Baigu outside the protective shield of the Eastern Guard city. Everyone attack! Yao Wujian ordered. In the next moment, the roars of countless wild beasts resounded in the sky. Countless flying demonic beasts appeared in the sky. Flaming birds, silver-winged skywolves, hellbats, flying centipedes, and so on. Countless flying beasts covered the sky, and their murderous intent was shocking. On the ground, there were also countless walking beasts crossing the mountains. Wherever they passed, the primitive forests were razed to the ground. At a glance, there were so many walking beasts on the ground that one couldn't see the end of them. Attack! Attack with all your might! Yao Wujian roared crazily. He didn't want to waste time with Baigu anymore. He wanted to attack the hinterland of Southern Baron and the city wall of the Southern Baron royal capital. This lunatic, beads of sweat appeared on Baiji's forehead when he saw this. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He knew very well that if Yao Wujian attacked with all his might, he would not be able to stop him. This was because Yao Wujian's Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan army didn't even need to break through Eastern Guard City. They just needed to break through Eastern Guard City's defense line and kill their way into Southern Barbarian's hinterland. At this moment, the Fire Sparrow King went all out and blocked most of the attacks from East Guard City. As the commander of the Eastern Baron Demon Army, Yao Wujian also took action. This way, the Eastern Guard City's defense line would be easily broken by the Eastern Baron Demon Army. Kill them all. Kill them ruthlessly. Bai Gu roared angrily. The next moment, countless arrows rained down from the eastern guard city. Each arrow pierced through the protective shield and landed on the army of beasts on the ground. Countless beasts were shot to death, but more beasts broke through the eastern guard city's defense line and entered the southern barbarian mountains. After crossing the east guard city's defense line, countless walking beasts continued to push forward. Wherever they passed, the human towns and cities were breached, and all the living creatures were torn to pieces by these walking beasts. The southern barbarian army and the eastern wilderness demon clan army had been in a stalemate for so long. Finally, they couldn't hold on any longer. Master, this, Qiu Qinjian, who was watching from afar, said anxiously. If the eastern wilderness demon clan army broke through the eastern guard city's defense line and marched straight in, countless humans would be the ones to suffer. Wherever the eastern wilderness demon clan army passed, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Sigh. Seeing this, Gu Fei's heart sank. At this moment, he could already sense the existence of his inner world. Moreover, he had received the inheritance of Hong Tian Great Emperor on Eternal World's Underworld God Island and inherited his 120,000 divine weapons. Especially the 4 great generals under Hong Tian Great Emperor, they were supreme existences in the eternal realm. However, in this void realm, even Gu Fei's cultivation was suppressed, let alone the 4 great generals. If they were released, they would instantly become ordinary people. So troublesome. There was only one way to prevent the 4 great generals and 120,000 divine weapons cultivation from being suppressed. Gu Fei had to inject some of his power into their bodies to help them temporarily resist the suppression of this part of the world. However, in this way, Gu Fei would lose a lot of vitality. Gu Fei had his own army in southern Man, but distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Master, please allow me to take action, Qiu Qinjian said anxiously. There was a human town dozens of miles away. There were at least tens of thousands of people in this town. This town was on the path that the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan had to pass through. A town could not stop the Demon Clan army. If no one took action, the tens of thousands of people in this town would be killed by the flood of beasts. This was the lives of tens of thousands of people. They could not turn a blind eye. All right, you guys go. Gu Fei nodded and said. After getting Gu Fei's permission, Qiu Qinjian and the Saber King Luo Lai immediately rushed to the sky and killed the beast army that was rushing down the mountain. Buzz. The Sword King made his move. A dazzling sword light descended from the sky and landed directly in the beast army. In the next moment, countless beasts were killed by the sword light. The sword light dissipated, and a sword mark that was hundreds of feet long appeared on the ground. The huge sword mark was like a ravine, and the beasts that rushed up from behind fell into the ravine. The vanguard of the beast army was in a mess. Ambush. 2 figures rushed down from the sky and directly attacked Qiu Qinjian and the Saber King Luo Lai. These 2 great demon experts were in the monarch realm. One of them had golden hair, a tall and ferocious body. He was the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King directly confronted Qiu Qinjian. Its pair of claws directly collided with Qiu Qinjian's flying sword, and sparks flew everywhere. The other Demon King was the Barbarian Bull King. This barbarian bull relied on its invulnerable demon body to charge around. Saber King Luo Lai's saber only left a faint mark on its horns. It was useless for them to attack as they were directly blocked by the 2 Demon Kings. After a moment of panic, the army of beasts on the ground rushed forward again. At this time, Bai Gu, the god of war in the Eastern Guard City, had no other choice because they had blocked the air force of the Eastern Baron demon race. The Eastern Guard City was full of energy. Countless divine lights rushed out from the city and mercilessly strangled countless flying beasts in the sky. The Fire Sparrow King's attack was even more ferocious and terrifying. The entire Eastern Guard City was shrouded in a monstrous fire. The Fire Sparrow King was fighting with all his might. Several parts of the Demon King's body were directly shot by Bai Gu. The places that were shot had bloody holes, and blood was seeping out from each hole. At this time, Gu Fei finally settled it. Come out, Gu Fei roared. He waved his hands in front of him, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. Then, countless soldiers rushed out from the crack, and their battle cries were deafening. This Chapter 49-71. Gu Fei made his move. He tore open the void and released the 120,000 divine soldiers in the Hong Tian realm. Banners fluttered in the wind. Iron armors gleamed coldly, and every soldier was like an antique that had existed since ancient times. Every soldier exuded shocking killing intent. In some distant era, their might had struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. They had followed Grand Emperor Vast Sky to conquer all directions. They were soldiers who had never died in 100 battles. The 120,000 divine soldiers appeared in the world. Even though they appeared in the void realm, it still caused the world to change color. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme, especially Yao Wujian, who had been in the picture of victory. He was even more dumbfounded. How could there be such an army in Nanman? Impossible. It should be known that the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan did not attack Nanman casually. The Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan had spies all over Nanman. The Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan had already figured out the ins and outs of Nanman. The Southern Barbarians only had one strong army, and that was the Azure Dragon Army. However, the Azure Dragon Army only had 100,000 soldiers. However, the army in front of him was definitely not the Azure Dragon Army. This was an army that even Yao Wujian didn't know about. Could it be? Yao Wujian thought of a possibility. Could it be that the Barbarian Emperor had retrained an army that was even stronger than the Azure Dragon Army, and he had not received any news about it in advance? It was impossible. How could the Southern Wilderness hide anything from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan? Yao Wujian never dreamed that this army was not the army of Nanman, nor the army of the Void Realm. It was the army of the Eternal World. Moreover, this army was trained by the Hong Tian Emperor in the Eternal World countless years ago. The Hong Tian Emperor was a supreme emperor of the Infinite Prime Realm. The army trained by him was naturally extraordinary. However, after releasing the 120,000 divine soldiers, Gu Fei's face was pale, as if he had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. He looked very tired. Master, Qiu Qinjian and the Saber King Luolai were the most shocked. They had never imagined that Gu Fei had hidden such an army. No wonder Master dared to go against the Barbarian Emperor. It seemed that Master had the confidence and strength to compete with the Barbarian Emperor. Kill all these demons. Gu Fei ordered. Kill. The 4 generals led the army and charged towards the demonic beast army. The heavenly divine soldiers descended from the sky and charged into the demonic beast army. The next moment, countless demonic beasts were killed by the spears in the hands of the divine soldiers. This was a one-sided massacre. Gu Fei's divine soldiers were extremely powerful. They completely ignored the attacks of the demonic beasts because the attacks of the demonic beasts could not hurt them at all. To be precise, the army of demonic beasts was not on the same level as Gu Fei's heaven divine soldiers. In the eyes of the heaven divine soldiers, the army of demonic beasts could not withstand a single blow. Retreat. King retreat. Yao Wujian roared at the army of demonic beasts. He had no choice but to retreat. If he didn't retreat, the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts under his command would all die here. At that time, he would become a general without a single arm. The internal struggles of the Eastern Baron demon race were also very intense, so Yao Wujian had to conserve his strength. Woo! A horn resounded through the sky. The countless demonic beasts that were rushing towards Gu Fei's divine soldiers turned around and retreated in the next moment. The army of demonic beasts retreated, leaving behind countless corpses. Gu Fei did not give the order to chase after them because there was a time limit for his divine soldiers to appear in the void realm. Once the aura of the law of heaven and earth that Gu Fei had injected into the divine soldiers disappeared, the cultivation of these divine soldiers would be suppressed by the law of heaven and earth in the void realm. At that time, it would be their turn to be tortured by the army of demonic beasts. At this moment, the Golden Lion King and the Barbaric Bull King saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. Even the powerful Qiu Qinjian and the Saber King Luolai could not stop these 2 fellows. As the ground troops retreated, Yao Wujian's air force also retreated. The army of the Eastern Barren demon race had completely retreated. Yao Wuyan was filled with hatred. If it were not for the sudden appearance of that army, he would have already killed his way into the southern hinterland. Who was that black-clothed young man who had ruined his master's plan? Retreat. The army of the demon race has retreated. Bursts of cheers came from the Eastern Guard city. All the soldiers in the city were extremely excited. However, General Baigu of the Eastern Guard city looked at the army that was even more powerful than the Azure Dragon army with a solemn face. Whose army was this? Although Baigu had retired for decades, it did not mean that he did not know anything about what had happened in the southern Barren royal capital. The army that had suddenly appeared and repelled the army of the Eastern Barren demon race was definitely not the army of the Barren Emperor. At this moment, Gu Fei opened the Hong Tian realm again and put the 120,000 divine soldiers into his inner world. The 4 generals also entered the Hong Tian realm. Let's go too. Gu Fei called Qiu Qianjin and the Saber King Luo Lai, then directly flew into the sky and left the Eastern Guard city with them. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, there was a blurry figure hidden in the clouds that was witnessing the entire scene. I did not expect that Gu Fei had such a terrifying army. Who was this guy? Where did he come from? The figure in the cloud layer also disappeared. However, Baigu did not expect that the black-robed young man who had helped him would just leave like that. What's going on? No matter how hard Baigu thought about it, he could not figure out why the black-robed young man would help him. He did not even know him. In fact, Gu Fei was not helping Baigu, but helping the human race. If the army of the Eastern Barren demon race invaded the hinterland of Southern Barren, countless people would be killed and injured. This was what Gu Fei did not want to see. When the news of the great victory in the eastern part of Southern Barren reached the Southern Barren royal capital, the second son of the Barren Emperor, Manyu, was very happy. It should be known that he was the one who went against the majority and promoted the god of war, Baigu, who had been in seclusion for many years. Now, the god of war did not let him down. However, Manyu was not happy for a long time. This was because a shocking news had reached the Southern Barren royal capital. The Southern Barren sorcerer tribe had rebelled. The sorcerer emperor of the Southern Barren sorcerer tribe came out of seclusion and directly attacked more than a dozen cities. When this news reached the Southern Barren royal capital, the entire Southern Barren royal capital was in chaos. Countless people fled the royal capital with their families. Even the resourceful second son of the Barren Emperor, Manyu, was in a mess. The sorcerer emperor came out of seclusion? Interesting. Gu Fei, who was rushing back to the Barren royal capital, was also a little surprised when he heard this news. At this time, the entire Southern Barren royal capital was in chaos because the power of the sorcerer tribe was deeply rooted in Southern Barren. Even if they had been suppressed by the Barren Emperor, their power was still not to be underestimated. Chapter 4972. The mysterious Shaman Emperor came out of seclusion. Once the news of the Shaman Emperor coming out of seclusion spread, it immediately caused a stir in the entire southern wilderness. Even the super forces of the other regions in the Void Realm were alarmed. The Shaman Emperor was the former master of southern wilderness. 3,000 years ago, the Shaman Emperor rose and fought with the Shaman Emperor. The Shaman Emperor was defeated and went into seclusion, and the Shaman Emperor became the new master of southern wilderness. Since that shocking battle, the Shaman Emperor disappeared from everyone's sight. Some people even said that the Shaman Emperor was seriously injured in the battle with the Shaman Emperor and died. However, some people also said that the Shaman Emperor would not die so easily. Although the sorcerer tribe was oppressed by the Shaman Emperor and their strength was constantly weakened by the Shaman Emperor, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even until today, the strength of the sorcerer tribe was still not to be underestimated. When the Shaman Emperor appeared, countless tribes immediately changed sides and directly rebelled against the Shaman Emperor. At this time, Manyu, who was in the southern wilderness royal capital, was already in a mess. No one would have thought that the sorcerer tribe would make such a move. How could Manyu withstand it? The Shaman Emperor's rule over southern wilderness was already in a precarious situation. The appearance of the Shaman Emperor was definitely the straw that broke the camel's back. At this time, everyone could see that the Shaman Emperor's power was lost. However, the Shaman Emperor had not returned yet. The Shaman Emperor was the biggest variable in southern wilderness. Just as the southern wilderness was in a turbulent situation, in the depths of an ancient relic in Zhongtian, 5 extremely powerful figures stood on an ancient altar. Each of these 5 figures burst out with a shocking aura. One of them was the current master of southern wilderness, the Shaman Emperor. The 5 most powerful existences wanted to open this ancient altar, but the altar still didn't move. The 5 monarch realm existences joined forces and couldn't open this altar. The Shaman Emperor was in a difficult situation. He didn't want to waste any more time, but it wasn't easy to get out now because this ancient altar actually sucked in his power. At this time, the southern wilderness was in turmoil. The Shaman Emperor of the Sorcerer tribe had appeared. The Sorcerer tribe finally didn't have to endure anymore, and the army of the Sorcerer tribe began to gather. Under the lead of the 8 great Shaman kings, the Shaman tribe's army began to attack the city, and the vanguard of the army headed straight for the southern Man imperial capital. On the other hand, Gu Fei had suddenly calmed down. He'd returned to the barbarian emperor city precisely to guard these 4 cities, and no matter what happened outside, he wouldn't care about it at all. Even the emissaries of the Sorcerer tribe were blocked outside the super formation. Even the face of the Heaven Shaman priest was no longer useful. Gu Fei refused to see anyone and hid in the barbarian emperor city. "Get out of my way." Outside the city gate of the barbarian emperor city, the Heaven Shaman priest stared at Qiu Qianjian and roared, "Your Highness, you should go back first." Qiu Qianjian said to the Heaven Shaman priest in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The emissary of the barbarian sovereign was blocked from entering the area of the 4 cities. This made the Heaven Shaman priest very unhappy, so he came personally. After all, a Heaven Magus priestess had a special status. She was engaged to Gu Fei before. However, a Heaven Shaman priest wanted to enter the barbarian emperor city? "Sorry, I can't. You dare to stop me?" The Heaven Shaman priest was enraged. Master said that he won't see anyone, even if the Shaman Emperor comes personally. Qiu Qianjian's attitude was too unyielding. What? The Heaven Shaman priest was shocked and angry. What was Gu Fei trying to do? She glanced at Qiu Qianjian. Qiu Qianjian was the famous Sword King of the South. If this guy didn't let her enter the barbarian emperor city, there was nothing she could do. "Let's go." The Heaven Shaman priest had no choice but to turn and leave. Seeing the Heaven Shaman priest turn and leave, Qiu Qianjian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of offending others, but the Heaven Shaman priest was engaged to his master. At this time, Gu Fei was in the barbarian emperor city, circulating his Xian Qi and absorbing the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth to recover his exhausted essence Qi. Previously in the Eastern Guard city, he didn't want to see the people in misery and suffering, so he used the heavenly divine weapon of the Hongtian realm. However, the price of using the heavenly divine weapon was too high. Even as strong as Gu Fei was, he almost couldn't bear it. He had to return to the barbarian emperor city and decline all visitors. At this time, in the Western Guard city of the South Barbarian, along with a roar, countless West Sea Dragon clan soldiers rushed into the Western Guard city. The entire Western Guard city was finally breached by the West Sea Army. At the same time, Duguliang led the Azure Dragon army and broke through the blockade of the West Sea Dragon clan's army. He directly killed his way out of the Western Guard city and fled in panic. He had no choice but to escape. Duguliang had no intention of dying for Manu. At this time, the Azure Dragon army that he brought also suffered a lot of casualties. However, the Azure Dragon army was worthy of being the strongest army in the South Barbarian. When the Azure Dragon army charged, a large number of West Sea Dragon clan soldiers fell to the ground, stabbed to death by the spears in the hands of the Azure Dragon army. The West Sea Dragon clan's army simply couldn't stop the Azure Dragon army. Damn it! Looking at the Azure Dragon army that killed their way out of the Western Guard city, the commander of the West Sea Dragon clan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although they had conquered the Western Guard city, Duguliang had escaped with the Azure Dragon army. This made the commander of the West Sea Dragon clan extremely resentful. One must know that the 20,000 Azure Dragon army had caused great losses to the West Sea Dragon clan. The West Sea Dragon clan could be said to have suffered great losses. After conquering the Western Guard city, the West Sea Dragon clan's army had to rest and reorganize. Then, they would attack the hinterland of the South Barbarian and open up new territory for the West Sea Dragon clan. However, Dougal didn't stay idle. Dougal had set up traps in the cities and towns along the way. It was impossible for the West Sea Dragon clan's army to march straight in. At this time, the legendary Shaman Emperor actually appeared in the South Barbarian Imperial City. This was because the vanguard of the Shaman tribe had already arrived at the city. As long as they conquered the Imperial City, the Shaman Emperor's rule over the South Barbarian would end. "Manyu, come out and surrender." The Shaman King, Wu Fong, shouted loudly outside the city gate of the South Barbarian Imperial City. His voice traveled into the South Barbarian Imperial City and into the ears of every living creature in the city. What? In the Imperial Palace, Manyu was quite frightened. He didn't even dream that the Shaman tribe's army would arrive so quickly. Countless living creatures in the South Barbarian Imperial City were also extremely terrified. Everyone knew that once the Shaman tribe attacked, many people would die in the city. The 30,000 Azure Dragon army was already on the move. The Azure Dragon army was right behind the city gate. As long as the city gate was opened, the 30,000 Azure Dragon army would rush out without hesitation. Although Gu Fei was cultivating in the South Barbarian Imperial City and recovering his vitality, his subordinates were paying close attention to the movements in the South Barbarian Imperial City. When the news that the Shaman tribe's army had already arrived at the city came, everyone was inexplicably shocked. "Surrender, and you will be spared." Chapter 49-73. The Witch Race Army actually killed their way to the Southern Man royal capital so quickly. This caused all the major powers in the city to be in a mess. No one thought that the Witch Race Army would arrive so quickly. The Imperial Palace was already in a mess. Countless palace maids and eunuchs were packing their things, planning to escape. There was even a phenomenon of looting in the Imperial Palace. The guards of the Imperial Palace also joined in the looting. This way, the Imperial Palace became even more chaotic. Manyu, the second son of Man Huang, rode a golden divine lion and led 1,000 Azure Dragon army soldiers into the Imperial Palace. "Kill them," Manyu ordered. The Azure Dragon army under him immediately rushed up and killed all the palace maids and eunuchs who were looting, and even the guards of the Imperial Palace. No matter how these people begged, it was useless. The Azure Dragon army was an experienced army. It was simply too easy for them to deal with these palace maids and eunuchs. They basically stabbed them to death with a single spear strike. The palace maids and eunuchs who didn't participate in the looting all survived. They weren't the targets of the Azure Dragon army. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the Imperial Palace will die. Manyu left 1,000 Azure Dragon army soldiers behind and directly rushed towards the gates of the Imperial City. The golden divine lion under him was incomparably ferocious. When it ran on the streets, it was extremely eye-catching. However, at this time, the city was in a mess. Who had the time to care about whether Manyu's mount was eye-catching or not? Escaping was more important. "Those who surrender will not be killed." A loud shout came from outside the city. All the major powers in the city immediately made up their minds. No one wanted to die. Since they could live, there was no reason not to live, right? "I will kill whoever dares to surrender." Manyu climbed up the city gate tower and shouted towards the city. Countless people in the city didn't put Manyu, this hedonistic son, in their eyes. This fellow's actions in the Southern Man royal capital had left a bad impression on them. In order to hide his strength, Manyu had always been acting like a pig to eat tigers. Now that he suddenly rose up, many people didn't think much of it. "Manyu, do you want to die?" Just at this moment, a roar came from outside the city. Outside the city, Shaman King Wu Fong stood on the war chariot and looked coldly at Manyu. "Wu Fong, you bastard. Have you forgotten how you knelt at my father's feet and begged him to spare your life?" Manyu roared at Wu Fong, who was on the chariot outside the city. "What did you say? I originally wanted to leave your corpse intact, but now it seems like I should tear you into 1,000 pieces." Wu Fong said angrily with a sullen face. "Do you have the ability?" Manyu mocked. "You're courting death. Wu Fang's face was ugly to the extreme. What happened back then was a great humiliation to him. And this man, you actually said it out loud in front of everyone. This made him feel too ashamed to show his face. With a flip of his right hand, a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Wu Fang directly threw the battle spear in his hand towards Man Yu. A cold light flashed through the air. The battle spear instantly pierced Man Yu's chest. It looked like it was going to kill him. At this critical moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the side and grabbed the spear. A one-eyed old man dressed in black appeared beside Man Yu. One-eyed old man, you're actually not dead? When Wu Fang saw the old man in black, he couldn't help but be surprised. The battle in Black Fog City was carried out under Wu Fang's eyes. The one-eyed old man was chased away by the power of the super formation activated by the red-browed Eagle King. He didn't expect that he could actually escape from the red-browed Eagle King. You, Wu Fang, are not dead yet. How can I let you live freely? The one-eyed old man sneered. Do you dare to come out and fight? Wu Fang, who was standing on the war chariot, said proudly. He was the first shaman king to kill his way to the southern barbarian royal capital. If he could break through the southern barbarian royal capital, it would definitely be a great merit. He didn't know that their shaman king was already in the city. At the peak of the southern barbarian royal palace stood a white figure. The countless guards in the palace seemed to be unable to see the person in white on the palace roof. The person in white stood against the wind. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, elegant and otherworldly. This was the highest place in the entire southern barbarian royal capital. Standing at the peak of the palace, one could overlook the entire southern barbarian royal capital. After 3,000 years, he was finally back. The battle that year shook the earth and the sky. The royal capital was half destroyed. 3,000 years had passed, and the royal capital had once again become incomparably prosperous. However, the royal capital today was the same as 3,000 years ago. It was in chaos. Perhaps this was the legendary reincarnation. 3,000 years ago, the barbarian emperor's army arrived at the royal capital. Wasn't it the same as today? Although the people today were no longer the people of the past, and the ones who arrived at the city were the shaman tribe, what difference did it make? Boom. Bam. A dull collision sound rang out outside the royal capital. The two great experts began to fight. This made the shaman king frown. Outside the southern barbarian royal capital, above the sky, two figures were moving quickly. Powerful yuan qi waves dispersed the clouds in the sky. The two great experts who were fighting were the one-eyed old man and the shaman king, Wu Fang. Both of them were existences of the half-emperor realm. It was not an easy task to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, the one-eyed old man was injured by the red-browed Eagle King. In this way, the one-eyed old man would probably die. Sure enough, with a heavy blow from Wu Fang, the one-eyed old man was sent flying. Boom! He crashed into the city wall, creating a human-shaped pit on the city wall. When Man Yu saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Even the one-eyed old man couldn't stop Wu Fang. It was only a matter of time before the southern barbarian royal capital was broken through. The one-eyed old man struggled to rush out from the city wall. Kill. Wu Fang was incomparably powerful. His killing intent soared as he directly attacked the one-eyed old man. The clothes on the chest of the one-eyed old man were stained with blood. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. This guy didn't want to die, so he directly rushed into the city. At the same time, Man Yu directly activated the Great City Barrier Formation. A dazzling lightning descended from the sky and ruthlessly struck towards Wu Fang. A powerful destructive aura spread out. Wu Fang was shocked. He couldn't care less about chasing after the one-eyed old man and directly dodged. With a thunderclap, the ground was blasted into a large pit by the lightning. Wu Fang stretched out his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead. The power of the southern barbarian royal capital's Great City Barrier Formation was not to be underestimated. If he was struck by that lightning just now, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Want to attack? Whoever comes will die. Man Yu roared from the city wall. Is that so? At this moment, a voice rang out. Then, a figure walked over from afar. Gu Fei, Chapter 4974. Gu Fei. Gu Fei suddenly appeared when the sorcerer race's army approached the city. This made Man Yu extremely shocked. He already had a headache when the sorcerer race's army surrounded the city. Now there was another ruthless character. How could he survive? He actually came? When the shaman king, Wu Fong, saw Gu Fei, he was taken aback. Wasn't this guy in seclusion? He didn't even see the heaven shaman priest, Wu Lingxue. Why did he suddenly appear here? What was his purpose for appearing here? Wu Fong thought of many things. Gu Fei definitely wouldn't appear here for no reason. Everyone had a purpose for everything they did. The era of the barbarian sovereign should end. Gu Fei stood in the void and said to Man Yu on the city tower. What did you say? Man Yu was shocked and angry when he heard this. If you have the ability, then come in. If not, then scram. Man Yu pointed his sword at Gu Fei and roared crazily. Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. Brother Gu, aren't you in seclusion? Wu Fong smiled at Gu Fei. You're very well informed. Gu Fei smiled. There's nothing in South China that the sorcerer race doesn't know, Wu Fong said proudly. He wasn't bragging. The sorcerer race's forces were spread all over South China. There were strongholds of the sorcerer race in all the big and small cities in South China. Even in some small tribes, there were informants of the sorcerer race. Everything that happened in South China couldn't escape the eyes of the sorcerer race. This was also one of the reasons why the barbarian sovereign feared the sorcerer race. The sorcerer race's forces were everywhere in South China. Then do you know why I'm here? Gu Fei asked. This? Wu Fong didn't know what to say as an awkward expression appeared on his face. He really didn't know why Gu Fei had suddenly appeared here. I heard that the sorcerer emperor has appeared, Gu Fei said indifferently. Wu Fong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this fellow had come for the shaman emperor? Even though Wu Fong was a shaman king, he couldn't see through Gu Fei's cultivation. This made Wu Fong very shocked. Could it be that this guy's cultivation had already reached a level where he could fight against a shaman emperor? The shaman sovereign was a sovereign that had lived for countless years. He had once fought against the southern barbarian sovereign, and the battle had shaken the heavens and the earth. Even the southern barbarian sovereign was half destroyed. 2 emperors had appeared in the southern barbarians. Back then, they had turned the barbarians upside down. Now, if another emperor appeared in the southern barbarians, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, the Witch King, Wu Fong, broke out in cold sweat. Gu Fei suddenly turned around and looked towards the Southman royal capital. He can actually see me? The figure standing at the top of the imperial palace of Nanman was taken aback. In the next moment, the figure disappeared into the void without a trace. Hey, you run really fast. Gu Fei smiled. He didn't have the intention to attack the southern barbarian royal capital. However, Man Yu, who was on the city gate tower, stared at Gu Fei nervously. He hated Gu Fei to the core because the root of all the troubles was Gu Fei. If it wasn't for this guy's strong rise, the southern barbarians wouldn't be in chaos. At this time, the sorcerer race had also raised their troops. In addition to the East Wilderness and the West Sea, how could Man Yu, the second son of the barbarian sovereign, withstand the internal and external troubles? Little brother Gu, how about coming to my tent for a chat? Wu Fong didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Gu Fei because Gu Fei was a ruthless person who could easily kill a half-step sovereign realm expert. This guy's cultivation was unfathomable. Hee, sure. Gu Fei laughed. Please. Wu Fong was very happy because he could invite Gu Fei. Under the guidance of Wu Fong, Gu Fei entered the Wu Fong's tent outside the royal capital. As for what they talked about, only the 2 of them knew. When the people outside the tent saw Gu Fei coming out, they were very satisfied. Then, they soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. When the heaven shaman priest received the news and rushed over, Gu Fei had already left. The heaven shaman priest stomped her feet angrily. Gu Fei always came and went alone, so she couldn't find him. Uncle, why did you let that guy go? The heaven shaman priest said angrily. She had personally gone to the barbarian royal city to find this guy, but he didn't show up. This made her very angry. Hee, I can't catch that guy. Wu Fong shrugged and said helplessly, What? The heaven shaman priest couldn't help but be shocked. She was very clear about her uncle's strength. Even he couldn't catch that guy Gu Fei. That guy was actually strong enough to compete with a shaman king. In fact, the heaven shaman priest still underestimated Gu Fei. Even Wu Fong couldn't see through the current Gu Fei. At this time, where did Gu Fei go? He and Wu Fong established an alliance, which was considered an alliance. The sorcerer tribe wanted to share the world with him. Of course, it was only the world of Southern Man. The other regions of the Void Realm were not included in their alliance. However, Gu Fei was very clear that an alliance would only take effect between two parties with equal strength. If one party was stronger than the other, then such an alliance would be useless, because no one wanted to share power with others. Compared to the sorcerer tribe, Gu Fei's foundation was too weak. His capital was only the barbarian royal city, Black Fog City, Sky Eagle City, and Thousand Bee City. Moreover, his four major cities were in the worst geographical location. They were barren mountains and unruly rivers, a place where even birds wouldn't poop. The army under his command was also the weakest among all the cities in Southern Man. No matter how one looked at it, he was weak in front of the sorcerer tribe. Gu Fei rushed back to the barbarian royal city and mobilized his army. He wanted to give people the illusion that he had turned out in full force. In fact, he really turned out in full force. The Sky Eagle Army of Sky Eagle City, the Black Mountain Army of Shan Kuei of Barbarian Royal City, the Black Armor Army of Black Fog City, and the Thousand Beast Army of Thousand Beast City. Each city sent out 50,000 troops. 4 cities sent out 200,000 troops. This was Gu Fei's base, 200,000 elite soldiers. However, compared to the sorcerer tribe, this army was too lacking. Any city controlled by the sorcerer tribe had hundreds of thousands of troops. Apart from the imperial city, there were 19 cities scattered all over Southern Man. Each city controlled a very large area. The entire Southern Man was divided into 19 regions. The city lord of each region was a local tyrant. The city lord of these 19 cities was also a vassal king conferred by the barbarian emperor. When the barbarian emperor was around, these 19 vassal kings naturally did not dare to make any moves. However, now that the barbarian emperor was born, some vassal kings turned to the barbarian emperor. The strength of the 19 vassal kings was still very strong. Any random vassal king's family background was more than 10 times that of Gu Fei. The area where the barbarian royal city was located was relatively special. The 4 major cities did not belong to any vassal king, but to the barbarian emperor of Southern Man. As soon as Gu Fei's army left the boundary of the barbarian royal city, it immediately became difficult to move. Chapter 49-75. In the end, Gu Fei still allied with the sorcerer tribe. He had made an agreement with the shaman king, Wu Fong, to send troops to block the West Sea's army that was invading Southern Man. However, who would have thought that when his army had just left the boundary of Man Imperial City, they would be intercepted by the army of Fierce Tiger King, one of the 19 feudal lords of Southern Man. The Fierce Tiger King was the barbarian king's trusted aide and was extremely loyal to the barbarian king. Since Gu Fei dared to rebel against the barbarian king, the Fierce Tiger King naturally couldn't let Gu Fei go. If Gu Fei stayed in the barbarian emperor city, no one could do anything to him. But now, his army had left the barbarian emperor city and left the range of the Super Grand Formation. In this way, the Fierce Tiger King had no scruples. Gu Fei, come out and die. The ferocious Tiger King wore golden armor and held a golden halberd in his hand. He rode on a golden war tiger, looking very majestic. A tiger roar almost scared away Gu Fei's army of 200,000. This guy, Gu Fei saw the Fierce Tiger King and couldn't help but praise him. This was definitely a fierce general. Moreover, this guy also had the cultivation of a half-step emperor realm. Fierce Tiger King, if you don't want to die, then take your men and scram. Qiu Qianjian stepped forward and said coldly, "You cripple, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death." The Fierce Tiger King mocked. "What did you say?" Qiu Qianjian was furious. He had lost an arm, so he hated people calling him a cripple. This Fierce Tiger King had directly poked his sore spot. "What? Do you dare to fight me?" The Fierce Tiger King sneered. You. Qiu Qinjian was shocked and angry, but he didn't lose his reason. The opponent was a half-step Emperor Realm expert. Fighting this guy was simply courting death. A bunch of cowards. The fierce Tiger King's face was full of disdain. Some people just don't know life from death. At this moment, a voice rang out. Then, Gu Fei walked out and looked indifferently at the mighty and domineering fierce Tiger King. Master. Qiu Qinjian and the others hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. You're Gu Fei? The ferocious Tiger King stared at the black-clothed youth in front of him, and its eyes became incomparably sharp. Gu Fei's appearance was really too young. He was an elegant youth, and this was the guy who killed the barbarian emperor's third and first sons? Seeing Gu Fei, the fierce Tiger King finally understood what it meant to not judge a book by its cover. That's right. I heard that you told me to come out and die, so I came out. I'm very curious. How do you want me to die? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. You little brat. No one has ever dared to be impudent in front of me. The fierce Tiger King. You are the first. I admire your courage. The fierce Tiger King said coldly. Cut the crap. I still have to hurry on with my journey. Gu Fei was getting impatient. Since you want to die early and reincarnate early, I will fulfill your wish. The fierce Tiger King shouted, and directly rode the golden war tiger towards Gu Fei. He waved the golden halberd in his hand and slashed down on Gu Fei's head. Although the fierce Tiger King said that he didn't put Gu Fei in his eyes, he didn't dare to be negligent in his heart. One must know that this Gu Fei was someone who dared to kill the barbarian emperor's first and third sons. The fierce Tiger King looked like a casual attack, but in reality, the power of this attack was not small. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They saw Gu Fei stretch out his right hand and actually directly grabbed the golden halberd in his hand. Gu Fei completely disregarded the sharpness of the golden halberd. And the golden halberd in the fierce Tiger King's hand was not an ordinary item. It was the fierce Tiger King's life-divine weapon. This attack of his could even split a mountain in half. However, Gu Fei actually grabbed the halberd with one hand. Let go. Gu Fei's hand that was holding the golden halberd shook and directly snatched the golden halberd from the fierce Tiger King's hand. The fierce Tiger King was shocked to the extreme, and he was directly stunned. You are only as... Gu Fei said indifferently. Retreat. The fierce Tiger King roared and wanted to retreat. However, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Since he came, there was no need to leave. Gu Fei didn't say anything, and directly through the golden halberd he snatched from the fierce Tiger King towards the fierce Tiger King. The ferocious Tiger King wanted to copy Gu Fei's actions, and also wanted to reach out to catch the golden halberd thrown by Gu Fei. However, his hand shook and the golden halberd didn't manage to catch it. The halberd directly penetrated his chest. How is this possible? The fierce Tiger King didn't expect that Gu Fei was actually strong to this extent. A casual throw of the golden halberd could also seriously injure him. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Especially Qiu Qinjian, the red-browed Eagle King, and the others looked at this scene in disbelief. The fierce Tiger King was an expert of the half-emperor realm, casually defeating the fierce Tiger King. This scene was truly unbelievable. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded the expectations of Qiu Qinjian and the others. Could it be that he had actually cultivated to the emperor realm? The fierce Tiger King's subordinates were also scared silly, and all of them were dumbfounded. Damn it! The fierce Tiger King pulled out the golden halberd from his chest, and a gush of blood immediately spurted out from the wound. He hurriedly stopped the bleeding. With the fierce Tiger King's cultivation, being pierced by the halberd wouldn't be fatal, but the pain was unavoidable. However, at this time, Gu Fei moved. Boom! He directly crashed towards the fierce Tiger King like a meteor. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from the fierce Tiger King's body. After knocking the fierce Tiger King away, Gu Fei casually slapped the golden war tiger king to death. Seeing this scene, Qiu Qinjian and the others were directly dumbfounded. There was no suspense at all. The fierce Tiger King came out to be a clown. In front of Gu Fei, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. In the end, the fierce Tiger King was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's punch, and all the bones in his body were broken. If Gu Fei wanted to kill the fierce Tiger King, even if the fierce Tiger King had 10 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. After defeating the fierce Tiger King, his subordinates rescued him, and the army of hundreds of thousands was actually defeated without a fight. Even Gu Fei was very surprised. There was no other way. The opponent was really too strong. If he didn't escape, then he would die. After defeating the fierce Tiger King, Gu Fei directly led his army towards the western part of the southern wilderness. The news that one of the 19 vassal kings of the southern wilderness, the fierce Tiger King, was crippled by Gu Fei spread, and it directly caused a sensation in the southern wilderness. One must know that the fierce Tiger King was one of the strongest among the 19 vassal kings. In this way, who still dared to intercept Gu Fei? Everywhere Gu Fei led the army, the various vassal kings actually retreated one after another. No one wanted to follow in the fierce Tiger King's footsteps. After all, if they were crippled, they would still be alive. If they angered Gu Fei and were killed by him, then they would be extremely unlucky. That fierce Tiger King was still considered lucky, and at this time, the West Sea Dragon clan's army marched straight in and captured countless cities. The 19 vassal kings didn't really put forth their strength to resist the West Sea Dragon clan's army. Chapter 49-76. Although Gu Fei led the worst army in southern Man, the 19 vassals of southern Man could not wait to avoid them. This was definitely a strange thing that had never happened in the history of southern Man. This made the 8 witch kings of the sorcerer tribe dumbfounded. No one expected such an outcome. It was really one person who scared off 1,000,000 soldiers. Originally, the witch king, Wu Fong, was not optimistic about Gu Fei at all. One must know that the barbarian emperor had been operating in southern Man for 3,000 years. How could his power be a joke? Although the sorcerer tribe's army surrounded the southern Man royal capital, the sorcerer tribe's army was also surrounded by the 19 vassal kings. Of course, among the 19 vassal kings, there were also many vassal kings who sided with the sorcerer tribe and temporarily blocked the other vassal kings. However, among the 19 vassal kings, the barbarian emperor's trusted aides accounted for the majority. In order to consolidate his rule over southern Man, the barbarian emperor naturally infected his own people as vassals. In the entire southern Man, most of the area was still under the rule of the barbarian emperor. The sorcerer tribe occupied only a small part of the area. Even with the addition of Gu Fei's territory, it was still not enough. However, Gu Fei's ferocity made everyone's heart palpitate. No one wanted to face this malignant star. One must know that even the barbarian emperor's first son, Man Xiong, and third son, Man Yao, were killed by this guy. In southern Man, who was there that Gu Fei did not dare to kill? At this time, even Gu Fei's disciple could hold her own. Xiao Yu's cultivation had broken through to the demigod realm. Her cultivation speed was really a bit abnormal. In fact, this Xiao Yu had some background. This guy was quite ruthless. He actually shed his original body and reincarnated into the body of a human. She was actually the god worshipped by the people of the Black Mountain tribe. This was a different kind of reincarnation. As she grew older and her cultivation improved, she would awaken the memory of her previous life. This was also the reason why her cultivation speed was so fast. Although Xiaoyu was only 7 or 8 years old, even Shan Kuei had to bow his head and listen to his orders. At such a young age, he was wearing battle armor, had a divine sword at his waist, and was riding a tall horse. He had a valiant and formidable temperament. Gu Fei's army was unimpeded all the way and directly entered the western part of Nanman. Soon, they discovered the scouts of the West Sea Dragon clan. At this time, all the feudal vassals were watching the show. If Gu Fei can defeat the West Sea Dragon race, I'll eat dirt. So ruthless? Even the Azure Dragon army is no match for the West Ocean Dragon clan. What does Gu Fei amount to? Do you want to bet? In the distant sky, there were a few figures standing. They were looking at Gu Fei's military camp that was situated between the mountains. They were the Shaman King, Wu Ying, one of the 19 vassal kings, the North Garrison King, the Heaven Battering King, and the Nature Elephant King. They were all from the Shaman tribe. On the other side, The vassal kings under the barbarian sovereign were also watching. If the shaman wins, you'll have to eat dirt if you lose? Heaven Battering King laughed. That's right. If Gu Fei can defeat the West Sea Dragon Clan's army, I'll eat dirt. Wu Ying said seriously. What if you lose? Wu Ying continued to say to Heaven Battering King. Hee, Gu Fei might be able to win. I bet that Gu Fei will win. If I lose, the divine medicine that I obtained a few days ago will be yours. Heaven Battering King laughed. All right, it's a deal. You guys can be witnesses. Wu Ying said to Wanxiang King and North Garrison King. All right. North Garrison King and Wanxiang King nodded. These guys were watching the show from the side. In the nearby cities, there were many troops gathered. This was the only way to enter the hinterland of Nanman. The barbarian sovereign had ruled Nanman for 3,000 years. He had built many cities here and stationed many troops here in order to block the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. At this time, Gu Fei's army took over 3 cities. These 3 cities were built in dangerous places, easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are actually people in Nanman who are not afraid of death and dare to block my army. They are simply overestimating themselves. In the city where the West Sea Dragon Clan's army was stationed, a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man stood on top of the city wall. This man's face was covered with hideous demonic marks. Lord Dragon King, I heard that the guy called Gu Fei is coming this time. A short and fat old man with a tortoise shell on his back beside the dark-skinned man said. This guy was the brains of the West Sea Dragon Clan, Prime Minister Turtle. This time, the West Sea Dragon Clan's invasion of Nanman was planned by Prime Minister Turtle. The dark-skinned man was the king of the West Sea Dragon Clan, the Black Dragon King. Gu Fei? Who is he? Never heard of him. The Black Dragon King said disapprovingly. I heard that he is a rising expert in Nanman, the first barbarian king. Man Xiong, who was known as the #1 war god of Nanman, died in his hands. Prime Minister Turtle said. What? The Black Dragon King frowned when he heard this. He was no stranger to Man Xiong. This Man Xiong was known as the #1 war god of Nanman in recent years. His cultivation was extremely strong, and he was good at fighting. It was a pity that this guy was dead. I'd like to see what this Gu Fei is capable of. The Black Dragon King looked ahead coldly and saw a tall city wall standing in the gorge in front of him. If he wanted to enter the hinterland of Nanman, he had to take down this mountain city. Now, in the mountain city, there was no one else except for Gu Fei's army. Everyone else had fled. There were only 50,000 elite troops of Gu Fei stationed here, and the commander was the Red-Browed Eagle King. In the face of the West Sea Dragon Clan's army, the Red-Browed Eagle King was extremely nervous. However, Gu Fei had given him a trump card, and he also had the combat power to fight against the West Sea Dragon Clan. Gu Fei guarded another pass at the back. At this time, the Sorcerer Clan was also paying close attention to Gu Fei's movements. If Gu Fei could successfully block the West Sea Dragon Clan's army, then the Sorcerer Clan would attack the Southern Barbarian Royal Capital. After taking down the Southern Barbarian Royal Capital, the Sorcerer Clan could end the Barbarian Emperor's rule in Nanman. The war was about to break out, and a storm was brewing. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army began to reorganize their equipment. The huge West Guard city was filled with the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. In front of the West Sea Dragon Clan, the Black Dragon King personally led his army to a place more than 10 miles away from West Gorge. West Gorge City was where the Red-Browed Eagle King was stationed. And opposite West Gorge City, there was another city more than 10 miles away, Jinchi City. West Garrison City had already been captured by the West Sea Dragon Clan. If the West Sea Dragon Clan captured West Gorge City, then they would truly open up a passage from the West Sea to the hinterland of Nanman. At that time, the West Sea army would be able to continuously attack Nanman. A storm is brewing. Gu Fei guarded Black Rock City behind West Gorge City. He stood on the city wall and looked in the direction of West Gorge City with a calm expression. Chapter 4977. West Gorge City was located outside a large canyon in the western part of the southern wilderness. The entire city guarded the entrance of the canyon. The Red-Browed Eagle King led a 50,000-strong army to defend West Gorge City, directly facing the West Sea Dragon Race army led by the Black Dragon King. In terms of military strength, the red-browed Eagle King's army couldn't compare to the Black Dragon King at all. In terms of cultivation, the red-browed Eagle King was only at the peak of the God King realm, while the Black Dragon King was a half-step monarch realm expert. So, the red-browed Eagle King was completely crushed by the Black Dragon King. Therefore, no matter how they compared, the red-browed Eagle King and the Black Dragon King's strength were far inferior. The Witch King, Wu Ying, was even more pessimistic about Gu Fei's chances. The difference between the two of them was too great, and the West Sea Dragon Clan's army was too powerful. Even the Azure Dragon army couldn't stop them, and they were forced to retreat thousands of miles away from Westguard City. The Black Dragon King chased them everywhere, leaving behind countless corpses. The Azure Dragon army's undefeatable legend had ended with Gu Fei, and then with the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Now, the Azure Dragon army only had 30,000 soldiers from the southern barbarian royal capital. Even in the Eastern Guard City in the east, the Azure Dragon army had suffered heavy losses. This was because in every war, the Azure Dragon army was the focus of all forces. Zhuge Liang led his defeated army and retreated to a city not far away from the southern barbarian royal capital. After counting the number of people, Zhuge Liang directly vomited blood. Of the 20,000 Azure Dragon army soldiers that he had brought from the Nanman royal capital, only less than 600 were left. Almost all of them had been wiped out. If the barbarian emperor were to return, the first person he would kill would be Zhuge Liang. One must know that the Azure Dragon army was an invincible divine army that the barbarian emperor had spent a great deal of effort to train. But now, this invincible divine army was defeated one after another. But at this time, all the forces in the entire South Barbarian turned their attention to the west of South Barbarian. The battle between Gu Fei and the Dragon Clan of the West Sea attracted the attention of countless people. This was because this battle was very important and directly related to the fate of the entire South China. If Gu Fei was defeated, then the army of the West Sea Dragon Clan would be able to march straight in and kill all the way to the Southman royal capital. At that time, the forces of the West Sea Dragon Clan would really take root in the southern wilderness. If Gu Fei defeated the invading West Sea Dragon tribe, he would be qualified to share the world of South China with the Witch tribe. However, to Gu Fei, this extremely important battle was just a game. To him, he was just a passerby in the ethereal extent. After Gu Fei's army and the Black Dragon King's West Sea Dragon Clan's army confronted each other for several days, early in the morning, the gate of West Town City, which was opposite of West Gorge City, suddenly opened. Countless soldiers rushed out of Western Garrison City and gathered outside the city. Soon, the outskirts of West Town City were filled with West Sea Dragon Clan soldiers. These soldiers were all clad in armor and held spears in their hands, just like a human army. However, there was one difference. These soldiers more or less had some characteristics of the sea race. They were actually the sea race that had become spirits. Rumble. It was originally a sunny day, but the sound of thunder actually rang out in the sky. The entire world darkened, and a storm was coming. The army of the West Sea Dragon tribe finally moved out. The figure of the Black Dragon King appeared on the city gate tower. Soon, the West Sea Dragon tribe gathered an army of 50,000 soldiers. Under the leadership of the Deputy General, the Purple-Scaled Flood Dragon King, these 50,000 soldiers headed straight for West Gorge City. On the city gate tower of West Gorge City, the red-browed Eagle King looked into the distance. He saw smoke and dust billowing in the direction of West Town City, and the ground trembled. Enemy attack! The red-browed Eagle King roared angrily, and his roar instantly spread throughout the city. Then, countless soldiers rushed out from all parts of the city. Some rushed up the city gate tower, and some rushed to the city gate. All the soldiers were well trained. Strong crossbows were fixed on the city gate. The arrows shot by these large crossbows were not only accurate, but also very powerful. Soon, the army of the West Sea Dragon tribe arrived. The ground trembled, and smoke billowed. Countless West Sea Dragon tribe soldiers rushed toward the city gate. Boom! With a loud sound, the city gate shook. A sea beast directly hit the city gate, almost making a big hole in the city gate. At this moment, it began to rain. The army of the West Sea Dragon tribe was from the sea. In the rain, The army of the West Sea Dragon tribe could only display their strongest combat strength. It has begun. The eyes of the Shaman King, Wu Ying, the Heaven Battering King, the Nature Elephant King, and the North Garrison King lit up. One powerful figure after another appeared in the sky above the other regions. Has it begun? On the city gate tower of Black Rock City, outside the exit of West Gorge Valley, Gu Fei suddenly said. Qiu Qianjian and the others stood behind Gu Fei, and their expressions were extremely solemn. The war had finally begun. Array, rise. On the city gate tower, the red-browed Eagle King roared angrily. A ball of divine light directly rushed out from his body and flew into the sky above West Gorge City. Buzz! The void trembled, and countless array patterns rushed out in all directions, directly imprinting themselves in the void. A killing array immediately enveloped the entire West Gorge City. This was the trump card that Gu Fei gave to the red-browed Eagle King. A single array plate could set up a powerful killing array. No matter how many thousands of soldiers and horses there were, they would not be able to break through the killing array. Fire, rise. Heavenly fire, prairie fire. The red-browed Eagle King controlled the killing array and activated its power. In the next moment, within the killing formation, flames shot up into the sky. Balls of fire fell from the sky and landed directly outside the city gate. Countless soldiers of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea who were trapped in the killing formation were killed or injured by the explosions of the fireballs. What? Seeing this scene, the purple-scaled Flood Dragon King was shocked and angry at the same time. He immediately gave the order to attack. A rain of arrows flew out from the army of the West Sea Dragon tribe and landed directly on West Gorge City. However, all the arrows were repelled by the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire West Gorge City. None of the arrows shot by the West Sea Dragon tribe archers could reach the city. Seeing this, the purple-scaled Flood Dragon King turned pale with fright. How could there be a protective array in West Gorge City? Array plate. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King was not stupid. He stared at the palm-sized object floating in the air above West Gorge City. Countless array patterns had rushed out from it. Preposterous. Seeing that countless of his subordinates were trapped outside the city gate and being mercilessly killed by the red-browed Eagle King, the purple-scaled Flood Dragon King directly revealed his true form and charged towards the killing array. Suddenly, violent winds howled around West Gorge City. Heavy rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Boom! The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King crashed head first into the defensive divine light of West Gorge City, causing the entire barrier to tremble. Seeing this scene, the red-browed Eagle King couldn't help but be shocked. This Flood Dragon King was truly ferocious to the extreme. However, no matter how ferocious this purple-scaled Flood Dragon King was, it was useless. Chapter 49-78. Gu Fei's attainments in the Tao of array formations were very profound. His current array Tao cultivation base was definitely beyond the Grandmaster level. Even He Tian, the ancestor of array Tao, might not be able to beat him. However, in the Void Realm, array Tao was far less impressive than in the human realm. Although the array Tao here was also very strong, in Gu Fei's eyes, it was like the difference between a child and an adult. This was because the array Tao of the human realm and the heavenly realm had already been developed to the extreme. The array plate that Gu Fei refined was not simple. It could form an array out of thin air, and the array patterns that erupted from the array plate could be imprinted in the void, forming an array diagram that gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As soon as the red-browed Eagle King made his move in West Gorge City, countless people were stunned. Wu Ying, Heaven Battering King, Elephant Monarch, and North Garrison King were all dumbfounded. They did not take the red-browed Eagle King seriously. One had to know that the red-browed Eagle King was only the city lord of a small city. Although he was at the peak of the godly king level, he was nothing compared to Wu Ying and the others. That is, Wu Ying now regretted making the bet with Heaven Battering King. No one knew that Gu Fei had this trick up his sleeve. He is actually proficient in array Tao. The Elephant Monarch and the others were also shocked. This was a profound and unfathomable array Tao. In their opinion, To be able to use an array plate to set up a killing array was something that they had never heard of before, let alone seen. At this moment, the countless West Sea Dragon clan troops trapped in front of West Gorge City were directly engulfed by the fireballs that fell from the sky. All of them turned into barbecue. Seafood, this is. One by one, the Sea Clan revealed their true forms. There were prawns the size of calves, crabs the size of hills, seahorses, sea lions, and all kinds of fish. These Sea Clan troops were directly roasted by the fire caused by the killing array, and the aroma wafted for dozens of miles. Anyone who saw it would be tempted. Ha ha! Purple-scaled Flood Dragon King, thank you for the rations. My army is lacking in rations. Now, we can improve our meals. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King coughed up a mouthful of blood. He only had 50,000 West Sea Dragon Clan soldiers under his command, and at least 30,000 of them were trapped in the enemy's killing formation. This red-browed Eagle King was too ruthless. He had killed more than 30,000 West Sea Dragon race soldiers in one go. The red-browed Eagle King once again activated the power of the killing formation, extinguishing the fire in the formation. After the temperature dropped, he ordered people to open the city gates and move all the roasted prawn soldiers and crab generals into the city. He really treated these seafood as food. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King crazily attacked the formation, but it was blocked. Overestimating yourself, the red-browed Eagle King sneered. Originally, he did not have much confidence and was prepared to risk his life. Even he never imagined that the array disc given by Gu Fei would be so powerful. Actually, before the red-browed Eagle King made his move, no one knew that the red-browed Eagle King's attack would be earth-shattering. The battle of the red-browed Eagle King shook the entire South China, and all the forces were dumbfounded. No one took Gu Fei's army seriously. Any random army of the 19 vassal kings of South China was many times more powerful than Gu Fei's army. Gu Fei alone scared off the 19 vassal kings. Without Gu Fei, the red-browed Eagle King and the others would have been killed by the 19 vassal kings. There was only one person that everyone was afraid of, and that was Gu Fei. Without Gu Fei, the red-browed Eagle King and the others wouldn't be able to do anything at all. At this time, Gu Fei had not made a move yet, but the red-browed Eagle King's attack was equivalent to Gu Fei's indirect attack. However, no one expected that Gu Fei was actually proficient in array Dao. As a result, all the forces had to reevaluate Gu Fei, especially the witch race. This was because the witch race was now allied with Gu Fei. Retreat. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King could only order a retreat. If they didn't retreat, they would be completely annihilated. At this time, the layer of divine light in the void disappeared. Although it couldn't be seen, it didn't mean that the killing array had disappeared. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King left behind countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals and retreated to the West City. Useless. Useless. The Black Dragon King directly kicked the defeated purple-scaled Flood Dragon King off the city tower. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King didn't even dare to fart as he fell off the city tower. The West Sea Dragon race respected the strong. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King didn't dare to say anything after being defeated. The Black Dragon King was already giving face to his race by not killing him. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon race was the royal race of the West Sea Dragon race. The Amethyst Dragon King that was killed by Gu Fei in the South China royal capital was from the purple-scaled Flood Dragon race. Array formation. It's actually an array formation. The Black Dragon King's face darkened. This is a bit difficult, but we also have an array formation master. Prime Minister Turtle suddenly said. Our West Sea also has an array formation master? The Black Dragon King was surprised and overjoyed. Hee, Dragon King, don't you remember Princess Xiaozhou? Prime Minister Turtle laughed. What? No. If anything goes wrong, both of us will be dead. The Black Dragon King was shocked when he heard this and shook his head repeatedly. Long Xiaozhou was the little princess of the Dragon Emperor. Who would dare to invite her here? The Dragon Emperor of the West Sea was the ruler of the West Sea. Whether it was the purple-scaled Flood Dragon race, the Black Flood Dragon race, or the Red Flood Dragon race, they all submitted to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was a peerless expert of the purple-gold Flood Dragon race. Who would dare to have designs on Long Xiaozhou? No one dared to even think about it. However, Long Xiaozhou, the princess of the dragon race, was very knowledgeable. In the past decade, she had been obsessed with the array formation Dao and devoted herself to it. Princess Xiaozhou's array formation Dao cultivation was not low. Dragon King, if you tell Princess Xiaozhou a little about what happened here, she will come even if you don't invite her. Prime Minister Turtle laughed slyly. The Black Dragon King's eyes lit up. West Sea. The Dragon Palace was in chaos. Countless palace maids covered their heads and fled like rats. A peal of bell-like laughter resounded in the Dragon Palace. Her Highness is playing tricks on us again. Quick run. All the palace maids avoided Princess Xiaozhou as if she was the plague. However, at this moment, Prime Minister Turtle was sneaking toward the Dragon Palace's treasury, afraid that the princess would notice him. Old Turtle. A purple-clothed girl suddenly jumped behind Prime Minister Turtle and patted his turtle shell. Prime Minister Turtle was so scared that he almost abandoned his turtle shell and ran for his life. Princess, Her Highness, you scared me to death. Prime Minister Turtle said with lingering fear. TSK, they say that a 1,000-year-old tortoise and a 10,000-year-old turtle. Why would you be scared to death? The girl in purple laughed. Prime Minister Turtle looked as if he had nothing left to live for. Tell me, why did you sneak back? Long Xiaozhou said to Prime Minister Turtle with a smile. Nothing much. I just missed the princess. Prime Minister Turtle said with a bitter face. Who are you kidding? Chapter 4979. Prime Minister Turtle was a bad old man. How could Long Xiaozhou be a match for Prime Minister Turtle? The old man played some tricks, and on the second day, Long Xiaozhou secretly left the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Since the Turtle Minister's plan had succeeded, he naturally rushed back to Western Garrison City. The Turtle Minister returned to West Town before Long Xiaozhou. At this time, the West Sea Dragon Race Army had already been blocked by the Red-Browed Eagle King for more than 10 days. The Red-Browed Eagle King had stopped the West Sea Dragon Clan's invasion. Of course, this was only temporary. No one knew how long the Red-Browed Eagle King could hold off the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. However, even if the Red-Browed Eagle King used the array formation, not many people thought he would win. After all, he was facing the army of the West Sea Dragon Clan. The West Sea Dragon Clan was the most powerful clan in the West Sea. Even if the Shaman King won, he didn't think that the Red-Browed Eagle King would win. He even made a bet with the Heavenly King that he would eat dirt. However, no one could guess whether Wu-Ying would turn into dust after eating it. Rumble. A thunderous sound rang out. The West Sea Dragon Race Army was attacking the Red-Browed Eagle King's formation again. It was the West Sea Dragon Clan's Fire Dragon Army. Of course, they weren't real fire dragons, but fire dragon beasts. These fire dragon beasts were huge and covered in thick red scales. Thousands of Fire Dragon Army soldiers crazily crashed into the array outside West Gorge City. Every time they crashed, the light screen formed by the power of the array shook. The power of the formation was constantly being consumed. However, Gu Fei's formation could absorb power from heaven and earth. The speed at which the Fire Dragon Army attacked the formation was much slower than the speed at which the formation gathered the power of heaven and earth. The power of the formation continued to increase, and in this way, the difficulty of breaking the formation would increase exponentially. The Red-Browed Eagle King stood on top of the city gate tower, staring at the fire dragon beasts that were constantly attacking the great formation. His expression was incomparably grim. One must know that if these fellows were to break through the great formation, then he and his army of 50,000 would be done for. Fortunately, the array disc given to him by his master was so powerful that it could form an array out of thin air and gather spiritual energy from all directions. He had never seen such an array before. Attack, attack. I want to see what you guys are capable of. The Red-Browed Eagle King muttered to himself. With its master supporting it from behind, the Red-Browed Eagle King was very confident. After attacking West Gorge City for an hour, the Fire Dragon Army retreated. This was all a probing attack. They wanted to find the flaws in West Gorge City's formation. However, the Black Dragon King was disappointed. The Western Gorge City's array formation was practically flawless. However, The arrival of one person gave the Black Dragon King hope. This person was Long Xiaozhou. Princess Xiaozhou was a powerhouse of the West Sea Dragon clan who specialized in array formations. In the entire West Sea Dragon clan, few could compare to her in the Tao of array formations. Uncle Dahe, are you not happy to see me? When Long Xiaozhou arrived, the Black Dragon King's face turned even darker. Princess Xiaozhou calling him Uncle Big Black almost drove the Black Dragon King crazy. I say, Your Highness, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? The Black Dragon King said with a smile. He still had to put on a show. Otherwise, if people knew that he and that old man, Prime Minister Turtle, had conspired to trick Princess Xiaozhou, the consequences would be very serious. How could I not come when there's something so fun here? Long Xiaozhou said with a smile. Uncle Big Black, quickly ask someone to take me to break the array formation. Long Xiaozhou continued. She had always been harming those shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the West Sea. Now that she had a rare opportunity to see the array formation of the human race, how could she miss it? There's no hurry. The Black Dragon King said hesitantly. You're not in a hurry, but I'm in a hurry. Long Xiaozhou was really anxious. Prime Minister Turtle. Where's Prime Minister Turtle? The Black Dragon King shouted. Prime Minister Turtle had long fled. How would he dare to stay here? That rotten old man is really bad. The Black Dragon King was really going crazy. Is Prime Minister Turtle here too? Long Xiaozhou looked around. The Black Dragon King was speechless. He had already cursed Prime Minister Turtle's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Aou, you bastard, where are you? Hurry up and come out. The Black Dragon King roared angrily, and the entire West Town City Lord Mansion almost collapsed. Lord Black King, a purple-clothed youth stumbled in from the outside. This guy was the purple-scaled Jiao Dragon King who had been defeated by the red-browed Eagle King in West Gorge City and fled back to West Town City in a sorry state. This guy was called Aou. Why haven't you greeted Princess Xiaozhou? The Black Dragon King said coldly. Ah, Princess Xiaozhou is here too? Aou was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly greeted Long Xiaozhou. Bring Her Highness to the front of the array to take a look. Don't get too close, understand? If anything happens to Her Highness, I'll hold you responsible. The Black Dragon King said in a deep voice. When Aou heard this, he immediately cried. This was Her Royal Highness Princess Xiaozhou. This mission was too difficult. If anything were to happen to Her Royal Highness Princess, he would really be dead. Even the clan behind him wouldn't be able to protect him. I asked you to go, so go. Why are you so long-winded? The Black Dragon King glared at Aou and said, Yes, Lord Dragon King. Aou could only bite the bullet and go. Why? You're not willing to bring me to see that array? Long Xiaozhou said indifferently. No, why wouldn't I be willing? It's my honor to be able to serve Her Highness. How would Aou dare to say no? There was no other way. Aou could only go and prepare. Who is that? An hour later, on the city wall of West Gorge City, Xiao Ye and the red-browed Eagle King suddenly saw a group of people rushing over. This was the Fire Dragon Horse, a type of fire dragon beast. The reason why the West Sea Dragon clan could kill their way into Southman so quickly and attack the city was largely because of a cavalry, which was the Fire Dragon Cavalry. They don't look like they're here to attack the city. The red-browed Eagle King frowned and said. That group of people escorted a woman in purple to the front of the array. It was a delicate and pretty girl. Her whole body exuded a sense of spirituality. Even the red-browed Eagle King's eyes lit up when he saw her. What a beautiful little girl. Xiao Ye's tone was like an adult's. The red-browed Eagle King glanced at the little goddess beside him and looked a little surprised. This little goddess was the disciple of his master, Gu Fei. Her cultivation was already at the demigod realm. This kind of cultivation speed was really too abnormal. It was said that this little goddess was less than 8 years old. A demigod who was less than 8 years old probably couldn't be found in the entire Southman. What a cute little girl. At this time, Long Xiaozhou outside the array also noticed Xiao Ye and the red-browed Eagle King on the city wall. The red-browed Eagle King was naturally ignored by Princess Xiaozhou. An old man naturally couldn't attract Long Xiaozhou's attention. Haha, you call me a little girl? When I was cultivating, your grandfather's grandfather was playing in the mud somewhere. Xiao Ya's tender voice sounded on the city wall. What a big tone. Chapter 4980. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army was blocked outside West Gorge City by the 50,000-strong army led by the red-browed Eagle King. This made the Black Dragon King, the commander of the West Sea Dragon Clan's army, very depressed. The other side only had 50,000 soldiers, while they had hundreds of thousands. Of course, if it wasn't for the red-browed Eagle King's killing formation, West Gorge City would have been flattened by the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. At this time, the Black Dragon King and Prime Minister Turtle tried their best to lure the little princess of the West Sea Dragon Clan, Long Xiaozhou, to the south to see if she could break the formation. Gu Fei's disciple, Xiao Ya, also came to West Gorge City and happened to see Long Xiaozhou watching the battle. Little girl, if you were to be my maid, I would think that you are too young, Long Xiaozhou said disdainfully to Xiao Ya on the city wall. Do the descendants of the West Sea Dragon Clan not know the rules? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the old senior? Although Xiao Ya's voice was young, her tone was old. For a little girl to say such words, it gave people a very strange feeling. Who are you? Long Xiaozhou stared at the little girl on the opposite city wall with a serious expression. Could this little girl be an old antique who had cultivated for countless years? In the world of cultivation, one could not judge a person's cultivation by their appearance. This little girl wore white armor and carried a long sword on her back. Although she was small, she had a heroic spirit. This was not the temperament of an ordinary little girl. You guess? Ha. Xiao Ya laughed. You little brat, wait for me to break the formation here and catch you. I will give you a good spanking. After saying that, Long Xiaozhou ignored Xiao Ya and focused on watching the formation. In the sky above West Gorge City, a formation plate was floating. At this time, the formation runes around the plate were hidden in the void. Long Xiaozhou activated his divine eye and saw a completely different scene in front of him. In the void, countless formation runes appeared, crisscrossing each other and enveloping the entire West Gorge City. Haha, you want to break my master's formation? Dream on. Xiao Ya's face was full of disdain. No one had ever broken her master's formation before. Could this little girl break it? Was this a joke? Is this the killing formation set up by your master? Long Xiaozhou couldn't help being startled when he heard that. This little guy was a demigod. To be able to teach such a heaven-defying disciple, one could imagine how powerful his master was. I'd like to see how you're going to break the formation. A cold and arrogant smile appeared on Xiao Ya's face. As her cultivation got higher and higher, she would awaken more and more memories. She was once the god of the Black Mountain tribe. She had actually gone through a different kind of reincarnation and successfully transformed from a non-human into a human. This wasn't something that just any living being dared to do, because the slightest bit of carelessness would cause one's soul to disperse. Xiao Ya's luck in this life was extremely good. She had even become Gu Fei's disciple and received Gu Fei's inheritance. Her cultivation had already broken through to the demigod realm. It was only a matter of time before she broke through to the divine realm. It could be said that her future was boundless. Even the red-browed Eagle King, Qiu Qianjian, and the others were envious and jealous of her. They had cultivated for thousands of years to reach their current level. Even among divine kings, they weren't the strongest either. Even among peak realm divine kings, there were strong and weak too. Each cultivation realm had people whose cultivation was at the bottom, and there were also existences who were nearly invincible in the same realm. At this time, Long Xiaozhou was observing the formation with full attention, while Aou and the rest were guarding around Long Xiaozhou as if they were facing a great enemy. They had to protect this Princess Xiaozhou well. Long Xiaozhou was the little princess that the West Sea Dragon Emperor doted on the most. If anything were to happen to her, he, Aou, would be dead for sure. The guards that Aou brought were all experts in the dragon race. He did not dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. This was a matter that concerned his entire family's life. Your Highness Goddess, want to go out and play with them? The red-browed Eagle King, who was standing beside Xiao Ya, suddenly said. Watch first before deciding. Xiaoyu was very careful. That big sister outside was not simple. Her cultivation was far above her. If she were to be captured by that big sister, that would be throwing her face all the way to her grandma's house. Long Xiaozhou took out an array disc. Her array disc was a divine tool. Under Long Xiaozhou's control, some of the runes on the array disc in her hand lit up: east, west, north, south, and center. The array disc stabilized the 5 directions, broke the 5 elements, and distinguished the 5 energies. Even Xiaoya, who was on top of the city wall, could not help but secretly nod at Long Xiaozhou's move. This was the most basic method of probing the formation. Basically, one could see the truth and falsehood of the grand formation. However, Gu Fei's killing formation was not the same as ordinary killing formations. This was because Gu Fei would not abide by the rules at all. His killing formation added something that he had comprehended. At this time, runes flew out from the array disc in Long Xiaozhou's hand. These runes directly fell on the grand formation of West Gorge City. She wanted to use runes to break the formation. She wanted to use the runes of the array disc in her hand to disturb the normal runes of West Gorge City's grand formation. In fact, the foundation of every grand formation was the runes. Because the runes formed an array diagram, it could gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and display all kinds of power. Destroying the runes of a grand formation could disintegrate the grand formation. However, what shocked Long Xiaozhou was that the runes that flew out from the array disc in her hand were actually blocked by a layer of divine light. Her runes could not enter the grand formation of West Gorge City at all. In this way, she could not break the grand formation. Seeing the runes dissipating in the void, a layer of sweat appeared on Long Xiaozhou's forehead. If she could not break the grand formation like this, she would have to use other methods. Long Xiaozhou's array Dao cultivation was not weak, and she had many ways to break the grand formation. Let's go back. Long Xiaozhou kept the array disc, turned around, and rode away on Flaming Dragon Horse. I won't send you off. On top of the city wall, Xiaoya said loudly. Just you wait. When the grand formation is broken, I will slaughter the entire city. Aou shouted at Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King on top of the city wall. I'm afraid you won't dare to come. Xiaoya sneered. Aou angrily brought people to protect Long Xiaozhou as she returned to West Gorge City. At this time, there were many powerful figures in the nearby region. They were all secretly watching. Wu Ying, Heaven Battering King, and the others were still there. One had to know that this battle concerned the fate of the entire South Barbarian. On the other hand, Gu Fei was very bored in Black Rock City. However, he was not in a hurry. He was very confident in his array Dao cultivation. In this void realm, who could be stronger than him in array Dao cultivation? When he was bored, he would guide Xiaoya in her cultivation. He would also guide Xiu Qianjian, Lunar Divine Fist Han Chong, Saber King Luolai, and the others in their cultivation. Xiu Qianjian and the others naturally benefited a lot. Compared to Gu Fei's leisure, Man Yu of South Barbarian Capital was incomparably anxious. The Sorcerer Race Army had surrounded the city. No one knew when the Sorcerer Race Army would break through South Barbarian Capital's grand formation and charge in. Man Yu had already received the news that Gu Fei was actually an array Dao expert. Chapter 4981. When the news that Gu Fei was an array Dao expert spread, it shocked many people. One must know that array Dao experts were very rare in the Void Realm. According to rumor, the Man Emperor had paid a great price all those years ago to invite an expert in the Dao of formations to help him set up an extraordinary grand formation that enveloped the entire Man Emperor city for over 10 years. That was Barbarian Sovereign's ancestral land, so he naturally attached great importance to it. But now, Barbarian Sovereign's ancestral land had been occupied by Gu Fei. When Barbarian Sovereign heard the news, he was probably going to vomit blood. What should we do? Quickly invite Ling Tian Palace's old ancestor. Man Yu of Southern Barbarian Sovereign City was really panicking because the Southern Barbarian Sovereign City hadn't been breached by the Witch Race Army until now. Gu Fei was an array Dao expert. If he broke the Southern Barbarian Sovereign City's Grand Array and let the Witch Race Army kill their way in, then Man Yu and all those who supported Barbarian Sovereign would be dead. The change of a dynasty was an earth-shattering event. Every time a dynasty changed, it was accompanied by a rain of blood and foul winds. When Shaman Sovereign was defeated and went into seclusion, Barbarian Sovereign cleansed the entire Southern Barbarian and killed countless races that supported the witch race. After a bloody cleansing, the races of Southern Barbarian became well-behaved. Otherwise, who would serve Barbarian Sovereign? At this time, the 19 feudal lords of Southern Barbarian were also observing. Most of them supported Barbarian Sovereign, but Barbarian Sovereign wasn't here now. Even if they supported Barbarian Sovereign, they had to be very cautious. That fierce Tiger King was a good example. He actually dared to bring his army to stop Gu Fei, and in the end, he was directly crippled by Gu Fei. Now, he is still lying like a dumpling in Fierce Tiger City. Those feudal lords didn't want to become the second Fierce Tiger King. The Ling Tian Palace was a transcendent force in the Void Realm. Ling Tian, and Ling Tian were above the heavens. There weren't many people in the Ling Tian Palace, but every one of them was powerful enough to make countless people tremble. The person who helped Barbarian Sovereign set up the super array in Barbarian Sovereign City was an array Dao Grandmaster of Ling Tian Palace. Ling Tian Palace's old ancestor was definitely the most powerful existence in the Void Realm. Even Barbarian Sovereign had to call him Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor Ling Tian? When the one-eyed old man heard this, he was shocked. The situation had already reached the point where he had to ask the people from Ling Tian Palace to step in. At this time, the entire South China was unexpectedly calm. The demon army in the east was stopped by Baigu and could not advance an inch. The dragon army in the west was also temporarily stopped by Gu Fei. The army of the sorcerer tribe surrounded the southern barbarian capital, but they were unable to break through the city defense formation of the southern barbarian capital in a short period of time. Although the army of the sorcerer tribe surrounded the capital, the army of the sorcerer tribe was also surrounded by the army of the kings who were loyal to the southern barbarian emperor. However, now that the shaman emperor had appeared, those vassal kings were still observing. That was the shaman emperor. The battle 3,000 years ago decided the fate of the southern barbarians. However, although the shaman emperor was defeated, he did not fall. He only went into seclusion. At this time, in the western region of Nanman, in the West Town, the Dragon Emperor's most beloved Princess Xiaozhou returned to the City Lord's mansion and immediately started fiddling with her artifacts. The formation-breaking arrows, the Tian formation-destroying divine thunder, and the gourd of geocentric netherworld spring were all powerful artifacts that could break arrays and could corrode all spiritual objects. Even the flying sword of the sword god would become scrap metal if it was splashed by the geocentric netherworld spring water. Long Xiaozhou really put in a lot of effort this time. 81 formation-breaking arrows were refined by her again, and there were runes faintly appearing on the arrowhead of each formation-breaking arrow. There was also the Tian formation-destroying divine thunder, which was a treasure given to her by Long Xiaozhou's master. There were 9 of them, and one of them could break a large array. Long Xiaozhou's master was the Formation Grandmaster of the Ling Tian Palace. The things given by the Formation Grandmaster were naturally extraordinary. However, the most impressive was the geocentric netherworld spring water. It was something that Long Xiaozhou took a great risk to go deep into the earth vein in the deepest part of the West Sea. It was something that could corrode everything. With these 3 things, it was enough for Long Xiaozhou to be unrivaled in the Formation Dao. Now that she finally met an Formation Dao expert, she naturally wanted to compete with him to see whose Formation Dao was stronger. Long Xiaozhou locked herself in the training room and fiddled with it for a long time before she opened the door of the training room in satisfaction and walked out. Your Highness, you are finally out. We have already prepared dinner for you. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King, Aou, who had been guarding outside the training room, was instantly overjoyed when he saw Long Xiaozhou come out. It's already night? Long Xiaozhou was shocked when she heard that. Unknowingly, she had stayed in the training room for such a long time. All right, eat and drink to your heart's content. We will break the array tomorrow. Long Xiaozhou raised her head and puffed out her chest as she walked towards the backyard of the City Lord residence. She was incomparably confident because she was full of confidence. Break the array? Aou looked at Long Xiaozhou's back view and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This morning, he had experienced the formation Tao of this Princess Xiaozhou. With just an array disc, she casually waved her hand, and she was back. If she could break the array like that, I would have flattened that West Gorge city long ago. Although the Black Dragon King and Prime Minister Turtle used all means to lure Princess Xiaozhou to South Barbarian's West Town City, they did not dare to openly ask Princess Xiaozhou to break the array. However, when they saw Princess Xiaozhou actively breaking the array, they were secretly happy. The Black Dragon King specially set up a banquet to entertain Long Xiaozhou, but Long Xiaozhou's mind was not on eating. She already had a card up her sleeve. The West Sea invited in Formation Tao expert? In Black Rock City, Gu Fei was listening to Xiaoya talk about this morning's events. The master and disciple were eating dinner. This meal was not simple. It was a variety of seafood that Xiaoya brought back from West Gorge City. These things were not commonly seen in the inland region. Moreover, these seafood were not ordinary seafood. These were all fellows that had become spirits. They contained a huge amount of spiritual power. If an ordinary person ate them, they could strengthen their body. If a cultivator ate them, they could improve their cultivation. The seafood was not bad. However, what really aroused Gu Fei's interest was the Formation Tao expert that Xiaoya mentioned. This was because in the Void Realm, Formation Tao experts were not common. At least, Gu Fei had not met a Formation Tao expert since he came to the Void Realm for so long. The higher Xiaoya's cultivation, the more she felt that this master of hers was unfathomable. In front of her master, she felt that she was as weak as an ant. She never dared to be presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. Even if she was not in her strongest state before reincarnation, in front of Gu Fei, she was at most a slightly stronger ant. "Master, are you going to meet that little sister?" Xiaoya asked. "Yes, it is very boring here. Let's go and take a look." Chapter 4982. Early in the morning, the west gate of Nanman Town was opened. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army moved out again. The Fire Dragon Beast's vanguard rushed out of the city gate. The entire ground was shaking, and the creatures outside the city were all hiding. This time, the Black Dragon King personally accompanied Long Xiaozhou to break the array. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army marched out of the city and headed straight for West Gorge City. "Oh, they're really here." West Gorge City, on top of the city wall, Xiaoya saw the billowing smoke and dust in front of her. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army soon arrived at West Gorge City aggressively. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army set up a formation outside West Gorge City. It was a spectacular sight. "I say, big sister, you really dared to come," Xiaoya shouted from the top of the city wall to Long Xiaozhou, who was surrounded by a group of West Sea Dragon Race experts. "Haha, you little guy, just you wait. Today, this princess will break this city protection array, capture you, and beat your ass until it blossoms." Long Xiaozhou laughed with incomparable confidence. "Okay, please start your performance." Xiaoya smiled and said to Long Xiaozhou, "Outrageous! How dare you look down on this princess? Later, this princess will make you cry." As Long Xiaozhou spoke, she immediately took out her magic weapon. She flipped her right hand and took out her divine artifact array board. Without any hesitation, Long Xiaozhou activated the array board in her hand. In the next moment, countless cold lights flew out from the array board and surrounded her. Interesting. On top of the city wall, Gu Fei, who was standing behind Xiaoya, smiled. "Master, does this big sister really have the ability to break the array?" Xiaoya was really curious. Red-browed Eagle King was also very curious. "Let's see." Gu Fei smiled. This West Sea Dragon Clan's little girl's array Tao cultivation was not bad, but in his eyes, she was still far from the realm of array Tao Grandmaster. At this time, 81 array-breaking arrows were all floating around Long Xiaozhou. They were densely packed, and each arrow exploded with a powerful force. Moreover, these weren't ordinary arrows, they were specially refined to break arrays. There were runes on the arrowheads. "Master, what is she doing?" Xiaoya asked. "That's the formation-breaking arrow," Gu Fei said. Those who could refine the formation-breaking arrows would not be weak in the array Tao. However, The formation-breaking arrows were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Looking at the energy fluctuations coming from these formation-breaking arrows, he could tell that these formation-breaking arrows were of average quality. However, if she wanted to use these formation-breaking arrows to break his array, then this little girl was really thinking too much. I hope today's show won't disappoint me. Gu Fei smiled. Princess Xiaozhou is mighty. Purple-scaled Flood Dragon King Ao, you loudly cheered for Long Xiaozhou. Your Highness, I'll leave this place to you. The Black Dragon King also retreated. They were very confident in Long Xiaozhou's array Dao cultivation. Don't worry, we will soon be able to drink at the top of West Gorge City's city wall. Long Xiaozhou continued to activate the array disc in his hand. The 81 array-breaking arrows suddenly shone brightly, especially the arrowheads, which emitted a bright light. Master, do you want to? When Xiaoya saw Princess Xiaozhou's momentum, she couldn't help but feel nervous. No need. We will just watch the show from here. Gu Fei knew what Xiaoya was worried about. How could the array he laid down be so easily broken? Go. Princess Xiaozhou made her move. She waved her right hand and 12 cold lights immediately shot up into the sky, directly falling towards West Gorge City. She was very careful and was testing the waters. Everyone, except for Gu Fei, stared nervously at the 12 cold lights falling towards West Gorge City. Boom! The first formation-breaking arrow exploded in the sky above West Gorge City. A layer of divine light appeared above West Gorge City, blocking the destructive power of the formation-breaking arrow. Immediately after, a series of explosions sounded. The other 11 formation-breaking arrows also landed on the layer of divine light formed by West Gorge City's protective array. The destructive power released by the formation-breaking arrows only caused the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire city to tremble slightly. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaozhou couldn't help but be shocked. What he shot out was an array-breaking arrow. For ordinary arrays, a single array-breaking arrow would be able to destroy a small array. But now, the 12 formation-breaking arrows couldn't even shake the city's protective array. How was this possible? Could it be that she had seriously underestimated this array? Seeing this result, Long Xiaozhou's face didn't look good. At this time, the Black Dragon King and the others' faces were incomparably dignified. It seemed that breaking the array wasn't an easy thing to do. They seemed to have underestimated everything. Damn it! Long Xiaozhou roared and attacked with all her strength. She sat cross-legged in the void with the array plate floating in front of her. Countless runes emerged on the array plate. The remaining formation-breaking arrows all flew up into the sky. Each of the formation-breaking arrows rushed out with runes one after another. These runes intertwined in the void and unexpectedly formed an array. A huge formation appeared high up in the sky. I didn't expect this little girl to be so clever. On top of West Gorge City's city wall, Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. This little girl from the Dragon Clan actually had such a trick. She didn't form an array out of thin air. Long Xiaozhou's array Dao hadn't been cultivated to the point where she could form an array out of thin air. She used the runes on the formation-breaking arrows to form an array. Using an external object to form an array wasn't something amazing. In Gu Fei's eyes, using an external object to form an array was also inferior. But in the eyes of the Black Dragon King and the others, Long Xiaozhou's move really shocked them. It turned out that an array could be used in this way. It was really unfathomable. At this time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards the large array in the sky. An incomparably powerful force quickly condensed. Rumble. A huge vortex appeared in the sky above West Gorge City. In the next moment, terrifying destructive lightning from the vortex blasted down on West Gorge City below. Sky Thunder Array? Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the huge vortex in the sky that looked like it was going to swallow the entire West Gorge City. At this time, the power of the lightning falling from the sky grew even stronger. The destructive aura caused countless living beings to feel extreme fear. This was the might of heaven and earth. Even the Black Dragon King, a half-step Emperor Realm expert, was extremely nervous when he saw the lightning falling from the sky. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King, Aou, and the others trembled under the might of heaven and earth. The red-browed Eagle King's army inside West Gorge City looked up at the lightning in the sky in terror. Chapter 4983. Long Xiaozhou's first move was the Sky Thunder Array. She wanted to use an array to break an array. She wanted to use the power of the Sky Thunder to break the West Gorge City's great array that Gu Fei had set up. Rumble. In the sky above West Gorge City, within the huge vortex, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, directly blasting the light barrier of West Gorge City. A heart-palpitating aura of destruction spread between heaven and earth. Even the West Sea Dragon Clan army outside the city was shivering under the Sky Thunder. The red-browed Eagle King's army in West Gorge City was in an even worse state. Some people were so frightened by the scene in the sky that they wet their pants. How is this possible? At this time, Long Xiaozhou was shocked to the extreme. Even the Sky Thunder array that she had set up couldn't break the other party's great array? Long Xiaozhou used all her strength to activate the great array. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning erupted. Every lightning bolt that struck from the vortex seemed to be tearing the void apart. However, so what? Gu Fei didn't need to do anything at all. The other party's Sky Thunder array couldn't break his array at all. One had to know that their array Dao cultivation levels weren't even on the same level. Preposterous. Long Xiaozhou was furious. She directly bit the tip of her tongue and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the array disc. Buzz. The array disc floating in front of Long Xiaozhou directly absorbed her blood essence and let out a deafening sound. In the next moment, the entire array disc actually scattered, turning into countless divine lights that soared into the sky and merged into the Sky Thunder array in the sky. Rumble. The vortex above West Gorge City instantly expanded by 10 times, covering the entire sky. Endless tribulation clouds gathered, and the power of thunder and lightning also increased by several times. All living beings looked up at the huge vortex in the sky. This was simply a heavenly tribulation, a man-made heavenly tribulation. Even a god king could feel his soul trembling. Master, this, on top of West Gorge City's city wall, Xiaoya, who had been very calm, also revealed a trace of fear. The scene in front of her was too terrifying. In the huge vortex formed by the tribulation clouds, endless power of thunder and lightning gathered. Dazzling lightning bolts that seemed to be able to tear the heaven and earth appeared in the thunderclouds. A little imposing, but unfortunately, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and shook his head indifferently. What? Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei didn't even care about this kind of destructive, heavenly lightning formation. Break! Long Xiaozhou activated the Sky Thunder array with all its might. The huge whirlpool of thunderclouds in the sky began to descend, and the entire world began to shake. All the heaven and earth spiritual chi within a radius of several thousand miles was gathered in the heavenly lightning array. Master, what should we do? Who wouldn't be moved when they saw the thunderclouds that enveloped the entire world pressing down? Who wouldn't be scared half to death? Even the army of the West Sea Dragon Clan had retreated a long time ago. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King's army in the city were all trembling in fear. Even the red-browed Eagle King felt his soul tremble. This was a fear that originated from the depths of his soul. No one can break my formation. Gu Fei was still standing with his hands behind his back. His expression didn't change, but his tone was incomparably confident. Hearing this, Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King didn't dare to say anything else. However, West Gorge City was in chaos. Countless people were hiding in fear. The thunderclouds in the sky were about to reach West Gorge City's grand formation, but Gu Fei still didn't show any signs of wanting to make a move. Although Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King were anxious, they didn't dare to say anything. Rumble. The sky above West Gorge City suddenly shook. The Sky Thunder array heavily pressed down on West Gorge City's grand formation, and a layer of divine light appeared in the sky above West Gorge City. Although it was only a faint layer of divine light, it was unbreakable. No matter how powerful the lightning continued to strike, that layer of divine light only rippled. Xiaoya and the others were already stunned by this scene. Master's formation was indeed powerful. Such a destructive sky thunder array couldn't even shake Master's formation? At this time, the most shocked person was Long Xiaozhou. A small grand formation was actually so powerful that even the sky thunder array couldn't break it? Long Xiaozhou's sky thunder array was one of her trump cards. The array-breaking arrows used to set up the array were very difficult to refine. She had spent a lot of effort to refine this set of array-breaking arrows with the help of her master. Just now, in order to test West Gorge City's grand formation, she had lost 12 array-breaking arrows. Her heart was bleeding. "Little girl, is this all you have?" Gu Fei said to Long Xiaozhou, who was standing opposite him. At this time, Long Xiaozhou's entire body was surrounded by array patterns. She had already cultivated to the realm of condensing array patterns in the void. This was a technique that only half-step array masters could do. Forming array patterns in the void was a skill that only array masters could do. Even Gu Fei looked at Long Xiaozhou in a different light. This was because in the void realm, the array Dao was only a minor path. Not many people were willing to cultivate the array Dao. It was already very rare for her to be able to cultivate to the half-step array master realm. Moreover, Long Xiaozhou wasn't very old. At least in Gu Fei's eyes, she was just a little girl. "You ignorant child. How dare you call your old ancestor a little girl?" Long Xiaozhou, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, stared at the young man in black who was standing behind Xiaoya and the red-eyebrowed Eagle King. "Presumptuous! How dare you?" Xiaoya and the red-eyebrowed Eagle King were shocked when they heard this. This Long Xiaozhou dared to call Gu Fei an ignorant child. This was simply courting death. Gu Fei didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "Who taught you the array Dao? You don't have the right to ask for my master's name." Long Xiaozhou gritted her teeth. The power of the sky thunder array had already reached the limit of what she could endure. If she continued to increase the power of the sky thunder array regardless of the consequences, she could explode and die at any time. "What did you say? Do you know who you're talking to?" Xiaoya shouted at Long Xiaozhou. This guy actually dared to be presumptuous in front of her master. This made her very unhappy. "TSK, he's just a human brat," Long Xiaozhou said disdainfully. In Long Xiaozhou's eyes, Gu Fei was really too young. He was not eye-catching at all. You, Xiaoya, and the red-eyebrowed Eagle King were stunned. They weren't even this shocked when they faced the sky thunder array. They both looked at Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei still didn't care. "Little girl, didn't your master tell you not to judge a book by its cover?" Gu Fei smiled. "Is that so? I don't see anything special about you. Are you a human antique?" Long Xiaozhou didn't care at all. "I don't have any abilities? How about this? How about we make a bet?" Chapter 4984. In the Void Realm, one of the 5 major regions, Southern Man, was in turmoil. All the major forces were fighting for control of Southern Man, wanting to become the master of this region. The current Southern Wilderness was a big piece of fat meat, and everyone wanted a bite. The Demon Clan of East Wilderness and the Dragon Clan of West Sea had already taken action. They each sent their armies to invade Southern Man while it was in chaos. At this time, the Demon Clan's army was blocked by the war god of South Man, by Gu, at Eastern Guard City. However, the western region of Southern Man was defeated. Dougaliyang couldn't stop the army of the Dragon Clan and was defeated, losing Western Guard City. Western Guard City was an extremely important city. Since it was breached by the army of the Dragon Clan, it was equivalent to opening the western gate of Southern Man. Fortunately, Gu Fei led his army to occupy Western Gorge City in time and blocked the army of the Dragon Clan. Now, the western region of Southern Man attracted the attention of countless experts in the Void Realm. Everyone was watching to see if Gu Fei could really stop the army of the Dragon Clan. In fact, many people didn't think highly of Gu Fei. Even Wu Ying, one of the 8 witch kings of the sorcerer tribe, made a bet with Heaven Battering King that Gu Fei couldn't stop the army of the Dragon Clan. If he lost, he would have to eat dirt. However, these few days, Wu Ying's mood was a little heavy. This was because Gu Fei had really blocked the army of the West Sea Dragon tribe. The small West Gorge city had made it difficult for the army of the West Sea Dragon tribe to advance an inch. This made many people who didn't think highly of Gu Fei incredulous. However, this was the truth. Early this morning, the Dragon Clan began to attack Western Gorge City again. This time, the Dragon Clan invited an array Dao expert to break the array formation. Well-informed people already knew that the little princess of the Dragon Clan had arrived at Western Garrison City. Princess Xiaozhou of the West Sea Dragon Clan was one of the few array Dao experts in the West Sea Dragon Clan. With her help, Gu Fei would definitely die this time. However, to everyone's surprise, Western Gorge City's City Defense Array actually withstood the attack of the Sky Thunder Array. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Xiaoya, the red-browed Eagle King, and the others were shocked by the power of the Sky Lightning formation. Because if Gu Fei's array couldn't block Long Xiaozhou's Sky Lightning Array, then they would be dead for sure. Rumble. At this time, the entire Sky Lightning Array had already fallen on the layer of divine light that was the Great City Defense Formation above West Gorge City. Endless lightning bombarded the layer of divine light, but it didn't budge at all. It only caused ripples visible to the naked eye. Long Xiaozhou used all her might to activate the Sky Lightning Array, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake Gu Fei's array, let alone break it. Little girl, how about I bet with you? At this moment, Gu Fei walked out from behind Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King. He smiled at the little princess of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Are we betting? What are we betting on? Long Xiaozhou was sweating profusely. She couldn't hold on any longer. Let's bet on whether or not you can break the Great City Defense Formation. If you can do whatever you want with me. If you can't, then you have to worship me as your master. How about that? Gu Fei's love for talent was aroused. This little girl from the Dragon Clan of the West Sea was not bad. In the Void Realm, she was able to cultivate array Dao to the half-step Grandmaster realm. This was enough to prove that this little girl's talent was really amazing. He had already taken in one girl, so he didn't mind taking in another one. Haha, worship you as my master? Are you kidding me? Long Xiaozhou thought that Gu Fei was just a little guy from the human race, yet he dared to act so presumptuously in front of her. Therefore, when she heard that Gu Fei wanted to take her as a disciple, she immediately showed a look of disdain. Why? I'm asking if you dare to bet or not. Gu Fei was still very calm. Your Highness, you must not fall for the tricks of these cunning humans. The Black Dragon King, who was far away, hurriedly said, I have my own score. Long Xiaozhou said in a deep voice. Why? Are you afraid? Gu Fei said with some disdain. What did you say? When has this princess been afraid? Let's bet. If you lose, then I will do whatever I want with you. Long Xiaozhou said angrily. Although the Sky Lightning Array might not be able to break this array, she was the strongest array formation grandmaster in the Void Realm. She didn't believe that she couldn't break this array. Who in this world was stronger than the array formation ancestor of the Ling Tian Palace? All right, I will wait for you to break the array. Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, the red-browed Eagle King actually moved a chair over and let Gu Fei sit down. When Long Xiaozhou saw this scene, she couldn't help but be surprised. Why were these two fellows so respectful to this black-robed youth? One had to know that the red-browed Eagle King was a peak god king. Why was he moving a chair for this youth so respectfully? Long Xiaozhou was very curious about the identity of this black-robed youth. However, she didn't expect that this black-robed youth was the famous Gu Fei. Rumble. The Sky Lightning Array was still showing its might. Long Xiaozhou wanted to use the Sky Lightning Array to weaken the power of the West Gorge City's defensive array before breaking it. In her opinion, even if the Sky Lightning Array couldn't break the array, it could at least weaken the power of the array. However, Long Xiaozhou didn't expect that the array that Gu Fei set up had another special characteristic. That was, Gu Fei's array could devour all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into its own power. Not only could Long Xiaozhou's Sky Lightning Array not weaken the power of Gu Fei's array, but it was also providing an endless supply of power to Gu Fei's array. The power of Gu Fei's array was getting stronger and stronger. Long Xiaozhou was dreaming if she wanted to break the array. Master, that girl outside actually dared to bet with you. She will definitely lose. On top of the West Gorge city wall, the little girl smiled. A little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven, and Earth dares to be impudent in front of Master. Isn't she looking for trouble? The red-browed Eagle King also smiled. After Long Xiaozhou, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, heard the words of the little girl and the red-browed Eagle King, she was so frightened that she almost fell from the sky. She finally knew who this black-clothed youth was. The red-browed Eagle King was a peaked divine king existence. He only had one master, and that was Gu Fei. He was actually Gu Fei. She didn't expect that she actually made an error of judgment this time. This black-clothed youth was actually Gu Fei. No wonder this guy said something about not judging a book by its cover just now. Gu Fei. This guy's name had shaken the world recently. He set off a storm in the southern wilderness with his power alone, causing a commotion everywhere. Even the eastern wilderness demon race and the West Sea Dragon race couldn't sit still anymore. Although Long Xiaozhou was far away in the West Sea Dragon Palace, she had also heard of Gu Fei's name. Many people said that this Gu Fei was very likely to overthrow the barbarian sovereign and replace him, becoming the new emperor of the southern wilderness. Moreover, this West Gorge city's grand array was set up by Gu Fei. No wonder he dared to bet with her. Chapter 4985. The guy who made the bet with him was actually Gu Fei. Long Xiaozhou was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. Was this guy pretending to be weak? How preposterous! Long Xiaozhou was infuriated. In the next moment, the sky thunder formation immediately changed. Countless dazzling lightning flashed in the thunderclouds, like silver snakes swimming in the thunderclouds. An extremely destructive aura burst out from the thunderclouds. Even the West Sea Dragon clan army that had retreated more than 10 li away was terrified. Every living being's soul was trembling. The people inside West Gorge City were in an even worse state. All of them hid and trembled in fear. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning struck the layer of divine light above West Gorge City. Countless formation runes appeared on the divine light and devoured most of the lightning energy. What? Long Xiaozhou finally realized that something was wrong. His opponent's formation could devour the energy of his heavenly lightning formation. One lightning bolt after another struck the divine light that protected West Gorge City, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the divine light. However, Gu Fei's formation was unbreakable. Even if Long Xiaozhou was exhausted to the point of vomiting blood, he still wouldn't be able to break the formation. However, Long Xiaozhou didn't realize this. He continued to activate the heavenly lightning formation. Earth-shattering thunder rumbled. The formation-breaking arrows hidden in the heavenly lightning formation were finally going to show their might. Every arrow was releasing its strongest power. As the formation-breaking arrows exploded in the sky above West Gorge City, Gu Fei's formation was finally shaken. Explode! Long Xiaozhou roared angrily. He made up his mind and detonated the entire heavenly lightning formation. An unprecedented amount of destructive energy exploded, causing the void to crack. This earth-shattering scene stunned everyone. Even the Black Dragon King, a half-step Emperor Realm expert, was dumbfounded. He didn't know that a formation could be this powerful. Long Xiaozhou was only a divine king, but the power of the heavenly lightning formation could easily kill a half-step Emperor Realm expert. Oh my God! Is this the power of a formation? Prime Minister Turtle murmured. The array Tao of the Void Realm had never been valued. Who would have thought that the power of this array would be so astonishing? After today, the Tao of arrays will definitely be valued by the world. At this time, in the sky above West Gorge City, a huge ball of lightning exploded. The mountain ridges around West Gorge City shook, and huge cracks appeared on the mountain. Countless rocks tumbled down from the mountains. The mountains near Western Gorge City were in chaos. The big shots who were watching the battle had no choice but to retreat into the distance. The exploding lightning turned into countless bolts of lightning that shot out in all directions. Some unlucky fellows were directly struck by the bolts of lightning, their bodies emitting black smoke as they fell from the sky. Even if those unlucky fellows were not struck to death by the lightning, they would still fall half to death. The heaven-battering Heavenly King was an unlucky guy. He was directly hit by a bolt of lightning and instantly turned into a broom. His face was pitch black and his straight hair was still smoking. This Beside the heaven-battering king, Wu Ying, the north-vanquishing king, and the 10,000 elephant king were scared out of their wits. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. They didn't want to be struck by lightning like the heaven-battering king. You guys, seeing that these fellows had no sense of loyalty, the heaven-battering king was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His injuries weren't light. Seeing the lightning flying around him, he couldn't care less and fled as well. A bolt of lightning flashed across the void and directly struck a mountain ridge a dozen miles away. The next moment, with a loud boom, the entire mountain ridge exploded. Dust rose into the sky, and rocks flew everywhere. As the huge thunderball exploded, many bolts of lightning directly struck the West Sea Dragon tribe's array. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. The army of the West Sea Dragon tribe had no time to dodge. Roar! The Black Dragon King roared angrily and rushed forward. With a punch, he dispersed a bolt of lightning. Then, he took out the Black Dragon shield and blocked the rest of the lightning. However, the power of the lightning was so strong that the Black Dragon King's entire right arm was numb. What a powerful lightning! The Black Dragon King was extremely shocked. At this moment, West Gorge City, which bore the brunt of the attack, was as still as a mountain. A ball of divine light enveloped West Gorge City. The Sky Thunder Array exploded, erupting with unprecedented power of lightning. However, the ball of divine light that enveloped West Gorge City only shook a few times. On top of West Gorge City, Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King were also stunned by the scene in the sky. They couldn't speak for a long time. Only Gu Fei sat on a chair, eating celestial fruits and drinking celestial wine. He was very satisfied. He didn't even look at the destructive scene in the sky. Outside the array, Long Xiaozhou's face flushed when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. The destructive power began to weaken, and the endless lightning dissipated in the void. The Sky Thunder Array was finished. After a full hour, the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated completely, and peace was restored. At this moment, Long Xiaozhou was in an extremely sorry state. He was also very weak. "I'll come again tomorrow." Long Xiaozhou directly turned around and left. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Gu Fei smiled. This guy, Long Xiaozhou, was both shocked and angry. The opponent's array Dao cultivation shocked her. He gave her a feeling that he was unfathomable. She had only felt such a feeling from her master before. How is this possible? Long Xiaozhou simply didn't believe that this guy named Gu Fei's array Dao cultivation could be compared to her master. One should know that her master was known as the #1 array Dao cultivator in the Void Realm. How could the master of a little girl from the West Sea Dragon race be an ordinary person? "Master, are we just going to let this little girl go like this?" Xiaoya asked in confusion. Long Xiaozhou was currently at her weakest. If he didn't take her down now, when would he? There's no fun in taking her down. Gu Fei smiled. It wasn't easy for him to meet an interesting person. Naturally, he wanted to have some fun. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King were speechless when they heard this. The West Sea Dragon race army came in high spirits but returned in disappointment. This greatly affected the morale of the West Sea Dragon race army. After continuous losses, the West Sea Dragon race army was filled with a pessimistic mood. While Gu Fei was blocking the West Sea Dragon race army, the sorcerer race was also mobilizing their troops. The situation seemed to be developing in a good direction. However, a piece of news spread and shook the entire South China. Chapter 4986. The entire Void Realm was shaken by the news that the people from Ling Tian Palace were coming. This was because Ling Tian Palace's position in the Void Realm was too high. It was an existence above all the forces in the Void Realm. Even the emperors of the 5 forces had to lower their heads in front of Ling Tian Palace. However, Ling Tian Palace usually didn't care about worldly affairs. Even if the 5 forces went to war, Ling Tian Palace wouldn't care. Only when something threatened the safety of the entire Void Realm would Ling Tian Palace intervene. Could it be that something that threatened the safety of the entire Void Realm had happened? Various forces couldn't help but speculate. Some even thought about the disappearance of the 5 emperors. Southern Man was already in a mess, and the man's sovereign hadn't appeared yet. No one knew why the people from Lingtian Palace would appear. However, there was news that the second son of the man's sovereign, Manu, wanted to invite the people from Lingtian Palace down the mountain. Could it be that Manu could invite the people from Lingtian Palace? Did he have that much influence? Just as various forces were guessing, a mysterious person came to West Garrison City. Quickly go and inform them that Long Xiaozhou's senior brother is here. Outside the city gate of West Garrison City, a young man in white said arrogantly to the guards of the West Sea Dragon clan, "Where did this human come from? Get lost, or I'll kill you." A Horned Sea clan soldier waved the saber in his hand and shouted at the young man in white. "What?" The young man in white was instantly enraged. He was a genius of the sect and had high hopes for him. When had he ever been shouted at like this? "Why are you still here? Do you want to die?" Another Sea Race soldier also walked over. When they attacked West Gorge City, they suffered successive defeats, causing them to feel a little sullen. It was already rare that they didn't immediately kill the human when they saw him. Moreover, the Sea Race soldiers guarding the gate didn't even know who Long Xiaozhou was. Their status was too low. If the young man in white said that he wanted to find the little princess of the West Sea Dragon clan, these two fellows probably wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. "How dare you?" "Very well, go to hell." "Pa." The young man in white snapped his fingers in a flashy manner. In the next moment, the two Sea Race soldiers exploded on the spot, and their weapons fell to the ground with a clang. This was simply killing at the slightest disagreement. "Is this young master someone you can bully?" The white-robed youth said coldly and arrogantly. At this moment, the tightly shut city gate opened wide. Countless Sea Tribe soldiers rushed out of the city and surrounded the white-robed youth. "Human, how dare you come here and cause trouble? Are you courting death?" The leading general roared at the white-robed youth. "I'm here to die." "What? Can you kill me?" The white-robed youth was so angry that he laughed. He was a proud son of heaven. So when had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Kill." The general roared in anger and immediately attacked. The battle spear in his hand stabbed towards the forehead of the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man stretched out his right hand, and the next moment, all the Sea Tribe soldiers were stunned. The white-robed young man actually used his index and middle fingers to catch the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear was only a few inches away from the white-robed youth's forehead. "Roar." The general roared and used all his strength to stab forward. However, the spear that was caught by the white-robed youth could no longer move forward. Looking at this scene, all the Sea Tribe soldiers were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to drop to the ground. "Quang Haizhong, this." The other Marine race general's voice trembled when he saw this scene. The person who had attacked the white-robed youth was the Sea Tribe's strongest general, Quang Haizhong. The white-robed youth used 2 fingers to catch the spear of Quang Hai. This was way too heaven-defying. "Humph! How dare you offend me? You can go and die now." The white-robed youth laughed coldly as he squeezed the spear between his 2 fingers. A ball of godly light appeared and shattered the spear. That ball of godly light instantly enveloped Quang Hai. In the next moment, that brave Quang Haizhong was annihilated within the godly light. Both his body and soul were destroyed. All the powerful beings of the Sea Race were stumped. This human was way too strong, wasn't he? "You actually dared to kill my subordinate." At this time, an angry roar sounded. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King Aou came out. Although Aou was nothing much, he was a divine king-level existence. He was much stronger than Quang Haizhong just now. Just an ant. So what if I killed him? What's there to be surprised about? The white-robed youth said disapprovingly. Aou was about to flare up. "Senior brother, is that you?" Right at this moment, a voice rang out. Long Xiaozhou had arrived along with the voice. "Little junior sister, is this how you welcome me?" The white-robed youth said indifferently. What's going on?" Aou was stunned. This guy was actually Princess Xiaozhou's senior brother? The surrounding Sea Tribe soldiers were also stunned on the spot. West Sea Dragon Race's princess, how noble was her status? And this human was actually Her Highness's senior brother? This background was a little too big, right? All of you scram for me. Long Xiaozhou roared at the surrounding people. These guys actually dared to offend her senior brother. They deserved to die, but she could not really kill them either. Yes, Your Highness. The surrounding Sea Tribe soldiers all retreated in fear. Little junior sister, I killed a few of your subordinates. You don't mind, right? The white-robed youth said indifferently. Senior brother Bai Feng must be joking. Senior brother, please. Long Xiaozhou personally welcomed the white-robed youth into the city lord residence. Black Dragon King and Prime Minister Turtle also hurried over to greet him. As for Quang Haizhong, he died in vain, because no one dared to mention this matter in front of the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth killed Quang Haizhong as easily as crushing an ant. Long Xiaozhou personally hosted a banquet to entertain Bai Feng. This Bai Feng was an elite of Towering Heaven Palace's younger generation. He was also the disciple of Towering Heaven Palace's Array Dao ancestor. He was Long Xiaozhou's senior brother. Senior brother Bai Feng, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Senior brother, I'll have to trouble you this time. Long Xiaozhou said to Bai Feng during the banquet. Since little junior sister wants to help, how can I not help? Bai Feng smiled. In fact, he also wanted to see this Array Dao expert, Gu Fei, who suddenly appeared. The Array Dao was one of the Towering Heaven Palace's special skills. In the entire Void Realm, the Towering Heaven Palace's Array Dao was definitely the best in the world. No one else's Array Dao could surpass them. Little junior sister couldn't even break the Array Dao of a small city? Bai Feng naturally came to take a look when he heard the news. In that case, many thanks, senior brother. Junior sister naturally won't let senior brother make a wasted trip. Long Xiaozhou smiled. That's for the best. Bai Feng also smiled. If there were no benefits, why would he help Long Xiaozhou? Long Xiaozhou had what he wanted in his hands, so he eagerly rushed over to Nanman. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in West Gorge City, didn't know that the Towering Heaven Palace's people had already arrived at West Garrison City. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.